When she was murdered, Taylor Wright was 33. She was divorced. She lived in Pensacola, Florida. She had one child, and she also had a girlfriend. Unluckily for her, she also had a bad friend, but she did not know it until it was too late. You see, the victim in this case, Taylor Wright, was a former cop who was working as a private investigator, and she was friends with a former crime scene tech, Ashley McArthur, who was herself married to another former law enforcement officer who also worked as a private investigator. Unfortunately, Ashley was a bad friend, a bad wife, just bad all around. But she had many people fooled until she got caught for killing her friend Taylor. So join me, Mentor Lawyer, as we take a deep dive into this case. Here's another episode in this tragic West Florida saga. Thanks for watching, Mentor Lawyer. Here we go.
Do you mind if we shut the door, or do you feel more comfortable with it open?
It doesn't matter.
Just for the record, can I get your name?
Ashley McArthur.
What's your middle name?
Britt, B-R-I-T-T.
Date of birth?
8/22/77.
All right. Let's start with your relationship to Taylor.
She's friends.
Okay. And y'all met how long ago?
About a year ago.
How often did y'all hang out?
Probably once a week, twice a week.
Okay.
It would kind of go in spurts, depending on what she was doing. When we first met her, it was probably August or September last year. She would kind of come and go because she lived in Destin at the time. And it wasn't until she moved over here that I would see her more because she would stop by the house and different things. But like I said, you know, we took her to an Alabama game and different things. And she had, at the time that I met her, she was living with Jessica Woods that works at the sheriff's office.
In Destin?
No here. But she retained a residence in Destin, but she lived here.
In Jessica Wood.
Yeah.
Who was the residence with in Destin?
I think the girl's name was Rainey. She had a roommate, and to my knowledge, they lived somewhere around like just a side street somewhere near AJ's in Destin. Zach may have, because I think he helped her move a bed or something down there, but I never went to that house down in Destin.
Do you know if it was a house or apartment?
That I don't know.
And was she dating Rainey, or?
I don't think so. I think they were just roommates.
Okay.
But
yeah.
I don't know.
That's what's been so difficult. One of the things is
It's hard to...
she's weird because she's partially in a relationship, but she's also kind of sort of in another relationship. So we're trying to, pin all these down. Who, if suppose she were to have ran off, who do you think she would have gone to?
I mean, really, after everything came out with the situation with Biloxi and all that, my understanding was that she had kind of a long-term relationship with this girl in Biloxi.
Ginger,
yes. But like I said, the first day that I ever heard the name Ginger was that day that they were at the house, and then all of this comes out. But supposedly she had been with Ginger for quite some time before that. I knew her to date guys that were in Destin right before she was with Cass, so I don't know.
Do you recall like any guys' names or?
No. I mean, she told me, but and showed me pictures and whatever else. I mean, they were like big buff, like military guys that I felt like were similar to, it's probably mine, like her husband, or ex-husband, you know, because that's the type that she always said that she liked. So it was kind of confusing because sometimes she would tell us that she was going to date guys, and then the next thing you know, she'd be with a girl. So we kind of didn't know, like, where she was at any given point. But like I said, I was surprised when the stuff came out with Ginger because she had never even mentioned her name to me at all.
Mm-hmm.
And she had talked about people she dated. It wasn't, like, odd for her to tell me about people she had dated. Even women, because like I said, I knew about Jess. I mean, Zach works with Jess. It's Bruce Wood's daughter from, I mean, he was a captain of the sheriff's office. He's there forever. And Zach and Jess are friends, so it wasn't like she was trying to hide the girl side of that from us, because I mean, we knew about her, and then she would tell us, you know, she told us about the guys that she was with. I think one of her trips to Vegas, she went with a guy.
Did she frequent Vegas?
She's told me she's been there 3 times this year.
More time than then. It's frequent enough.
And I couldn't tell you when they were, but she posted on Facebook at least a couple of those trips for her being there. I know she was at the SHOT Show.
What's that?
You know, better explain that. Sorry.
No.
Come on, y'all.
We're stuck here all the time.
It's all the new weapons, ammunition, guns, knives, all that stuff that comes out. It's the trade show in Vegas or whatever, and I know that she was there, I thought, on business purposes.
Did she sell that kind of stuff too?
She had some sort of, like, tactical company. I don't really know. I know that she had been going to a lot of gun shows. A lot of gun shows, and I don't know what she was selling there. I never went and visited her or anything when she was there, but that's what she had been into lately, and she was going to a bunch of those. And I think that SHOT Show is like an invitation only. You have to either have like some kind of dealer's license or something to go to it. But she did say that she had gone to that. And I don't know what the other 2 trips to Vegas were for, but for sure she told me that she had gone to that.
Okay. And so, the last couple of weeks, can you kind of describe what y'all's interactions have been like?
I'm mostly helping her. Like, the Friday before I met her, she said, I have a couple boxes, can you help me move from the house that she had in Cantonment, that she was renting a room from?
Yeah, first I heard of the house in Cantonment.
Okay, maybe not Cantonment, my Mile Road, I call it Cantonment. Do you know about that one? Okay. Ambra Epley?
Yeah.
That's the person that lived there?
Mm-hmm.
That's who she was living with?
Mm-hmm.
First name, that name's going. How's your last name?
I don't know how it's spelled, but it's Epley. So I don't know if it's Eppely or L.
Is Amber?
Ambra.
Ambra.
My understanding is she works for Department of Corrections.
Is she white or black?
She's white, big heavy set woman.
Or were they dating?
No, but she's a lesbian and she has a wife, and so Taylor was like living at their house.
Okay.
And
You know how long she was living
that's where, when she moved from Destin, where she moved to, So maybe April, May, she moved there.
A few months.
Yeah. So she moved in there, and she called me and she's like, hey, you know, can you help me with a couple boxes? Hey, can I call you right back?
Yep.
Alright, thanks, bye. She's like, hey, can you help me with a couple boxes? Well, I'm like, well, which truck do you need me to bring? Because I was going to bring one of the trucks from my office, and we have like a pickup truck and a box truck. Then she starts telling me what she needs, and I'm like, I'll just bring the box truck. Well, we ended up filling up the entire box truck.
Not a couple boxes.
Not a couple boxes, and it took all day long. And to the point that, like, I left the truck there for, well, even after all this happened, the truck was still there because she had not
Where?
done at Cass's house.
Over on Berkeley.
Yeah. Because she hadn't finished with everything. And I was like, I'm going to kind of need it back because it's from the office. We got to use it. You know, because we move equipment and pull tables and stuff with the truck. But those couple boxes turned into a lot of stuff.
Truckload.
Yeah. Literally, it's not a small box truck either. I mean, this is full to the brim. And in fact, we couldn't even get everything because she has a storage unit with them. Ambra. They share a storage unit. And we couldn't get everything out of that storage
unit. Where's that storage unit at?
It's near, it's behind Battery Source on Emma Road.
You know whose name is it then?
Maya's probably Amber's.
Okay. So y'all were there. I know this is a tough one. You recall the locker number or where it was at in relation to pulling in?
When you come in, you go to the right, kind of wind your way to the back. I have no clue really, but it's on the far, if you're facing the set of storage units or whatever, it's on the far right side, which would be the east side, and maybe one or two rows from the end.
Okay. And there was how much stuff of hers did y'all leave?
Well, a lot. We could only get, that unit was a relatively large unit. It probably had a full-size garage door in the front, and it was full to the front. And so we got a washing machine. We had to leave the dryer. It wouldn't fit in the truck. We got what boxes we could get out of there. But then, she's climbing over stuff to get to other boxes, but the way that it was situated, we couldn't get to anything else. We couldn't fit anything else either, but...
What does a washing machine look like?
The silver.
Like a new one, or?
Oh, it was a newer model, yeah.
Okay.
With a computer type thing on it or whatever.
Okay. What else did y'all do? So y'all went back and unloaded that?
We went back. This ended up taking all day. And went back to her house, and I was going somewhere. I don't know where I was going tonight. And finally I was like, look, just park the truck here. Work on it.
Mm-hmm.
I'm done. I didn't sign up to be a mover. I was coming to help with a couple boxes and bring the guy from the office, but...
Okay. And then, when was y'all's next interaction after that?
I probably saw her... Well, we went to brunch for Cass's birthday on a Sunday. I can probably tell you. Maybe the 2nd? No, but probably the 3rd of September, maybe? I don't know, we went to Jacko's for brunch.
Okay.
It was Cass's birthday, and Taylor had arranged for everybody to meet down there. And she came by my house to change, because it was kind of supposedly a surprise brunch or whatever.
So y'all had brunch, and then did y'all hang out afterwards?
We did.
Well, when did y'all get together after that?
I don't. It's hard to say because she would just stop by the house. You know, I don't. I think I helped her with a couple more things of moving. Picking up boxes and stuff. She came to my office because she was going to put some stuff there.
Did she end up storing some stuff at your office?
She's got some stuff, and then everything that was left in the truck, we took to my office. So all her junk is at my office.
Do you have a warehouse, or is
Yeah.
the office a warehouse?
It's the same, one and the same. Like,
Okay.
the front part is offices. Sorry.
No, you're good. If you need to
There you go.
take something.
And these people, I mean, if I wasn't busy, they wouldn't text me.
Did you frequently communicate with Taylor on that phone?
Mm-hmm. Yeah.
How many phones does Taylor have?
I only knew her to have one.
No, you're good. If you need to handle something, we're
No,
good.
it's fine.
I mean, I get calls, obviously, that I have to take, so don't...
Well, I have my business phone transferred to my phone so I can take calls at night for service and stuff like that, so that's why. I only knew her to have one phone. Until that Friday, I saw a different phone, and the only reason I saw it is because, or noticed it, because it had the exact same case that her other phone did, but she had one plugged in, and then I saw her on the other one.
Do you know the number to that other phone? Or what kind of phone was it?
Whatever kind of phone she had, I think it was my iPhone.
Do you recall who she might have been talking to, or names that she might have said, hey, Bob, or anything that she... You know, the first time you've ever seen her use?
To have two phones together, but like I said, they had the exact same case as the other one, so I wouldn't
You would have
have
known.
noticed, you know.
But she ever contacted you at another number that she didn't normally?
She may have, but I wouldn't have paid much attention. I get so many phone calls from like office and stuff, like I wouldn't have.
Your office phone, is that like a desk phone, or is that like a...
Well, we have an office phone that's like desk phones at our office, but like I have it transferred to my phone.
Okay. But when she called you, she normally contacted you on that?
Yeah.
Okay. Do you keep records in your phone of dealing with you, like commonly delete numbers that called you?
No, it's whatever's there. I think iPhones keep like 30 days or whatever of whatever's available.
In the past 30 days or longer, if we're able to pull more, do you think that she could have possibly have contacted you from that other number?
It's possible.
Would you mind if we what's it called? Dump the phone?
Forensically examine your phone.
Yeah.
It basically just dumps the phone, but we see the numbers that are calling. We don't look at anything. I'll look like most people. There may be embarrassing pictures there. We're not worried about that.
Yeah, we're not sure about that.
It's all professional. We're looking for one thing. We're trying to find Taylor. Is what we're trying to do.
Oh yeah, I don't mind.
You don't mind?
No.
Okay, let me get, we just got to sign a form that you don't
Oh,
mind. Hopefully, is it password protected?
No.
Let me just
Yeah, that way. The thing is, even if we can find someone that she contacted on that number, we can go back and get their call log, or see if they'll give it to us, of course, and then we can find this number and then possibly ping that number.
Oh, sure.
You know, because at this point we have no clue. We don't know if she's like had a mental breakdown and is like lost her rock, and just kind of blow. I mean, she's got a lot of money on her. Who knows that she didn't plan on just maybe going and hanging out with another friend for a couple of days, and someone find that she had 20, 30 G's on her and was like, hey, I like that now.
Yeah.
I mean, that's a lot of money to tote around for anyone.
Oh, sure. I mean, it's
cash.
bizarre. The whole thing is bizarre.
Yeah. So that's kind of where we're at. We'd like to figure out where this other phone is, because apparently you were the only one to have ever seen that other phone.
Well, that's the thing. Like, I wouldn't have noticed if she was using that one or the other.
Sure.
And, you know, I don't know if that stemmed from when all this happened with Cass. Taylor has always had like a fingerprint thing and a code in her phone.
Mm-hmm.
She let Cass put her fingerprints and stuff in her phone and gave her the codes to her phone.
She can access it with her own
Right.
fingerprint. Obviously on one phone.
Right. And so I don't know if that's why the other phone popped it. You know, I don't know.
And what kind of phone was it? Either one of the phones that she had?
I knew her. I think it was an iPhone because I think the messages that.
They come across as iMessages.
I think so. Let me check. Blue. Do either of y'all have iPhone?
Yes, I have two.
Is it blue that is?
I think blue is iMessage.
I think it is.
Yeah, I
blue.
think mine say iMessage on blue, and if it doesn't go through, it'll go green as a text message, I think.
Yes, I think green is text, blue is iMessage. Yes, blue is iMessage.
Blue is iMessage. Okay, then yes, it's an iPhone.
Right. Yeah, that's just saying you allow us to basically download your phone. That is done voluntarily. And we're not forcing you to give us your phone.
Oh, sure.
Is it busy woman?
Oh, they're ridiculous.
Are you one of those people that keep up with their phone and delete it regularly, or are you like me where you just go in there every so often, delete everything, and then...
I don't delete a whole lot. If it's just junk, like something that, like, I don't really need or whatever, you know, then...
I'll wait for my phone to get maxed out and say, you can't take a picture, you gotta delete some shit. And I'll go delete everything.
Yeah, but, like, if it's just somebody that's randomly contacted me or whatever, and I don't... But most of my, like, friends, you know...
Yeah, what we do, we don't delete anything. You'll
No
get a
way,
text
yeah,
like
we're
that.
not gonna go messing with
You
stuff.
just
No, but,
sign right there, stating that you're giving us permission to look into the phone.
Okay.
And I'll go start that, and hopefully it'll be done by the time we're finished talking.
Okay.
Thank you. Yeah, if her phone could have died one day and she needed to call you, she could use the other phone. And all we need is one phone call. And that would be perfect. We can get it, confirm it's hers, and at this point, girl, we have more leads to follow than we can.
Oh, I'm sure.
I don't need that anymore. So, where are we at? After brunch, when y'all had made contact again?
I don't know. Asked me to, you know, go to the shop and stuff, and we were looking at where she was going to store the rest of her stuff and all that, so.
Was that the day that y'all were together, the last day that you saw her?
There was a couple instances for that, but we did go by there that day as well.
Okay, I know I did this with you over the phone, but just like I said, for official purpose. The last day that you saw her was what day?
On Friday.
That's okay. Friday would be the 15th or the 8th or the 1st.
I guess the 8th. I don't know.
Probably the 8th.
Whatever. I think it's the 8th. I
That's
don't
what I've
know.
been hearing the whole time.
The days run together. It would have been whatever forever.
So the 8th of September, last day you saw her. And about what time?
The last time I saw her was about 4:30. Between 4 and 5.
p.m.
Yeah.
Something. And where was that at?
My house.
Your house is just first.
3961 Raintree Drive.
3961 Raintree. So last seen on the 8th, approximately 4:30 on Raintree. Who was there at that address when y'all returned?
I was. Zach was. But she didn't come inside.
That just pulled up in the... Okay, so let's start that day from the beginning. At approximately what time?
Probably 10:30.
So we'll say about... And what happened at that time?
I went to Cass's house there, or Taylor's house, whatever.
Their house in Berkeley?
Right.
Okay. You went there. Was Cass there?
Mm-hmm.
Now, did Cass leave before y'all, or did y'all leave at the same time?
Cass was still there when we left.
Cass was still there when y'all left. And you're sure she was still there when y'all pulled out?
I'm 100%, I think so.
Okay. Okay. What were you driving that day?
My husband's F-250.
That big silver monster
Yeah.
truck out there in the driveway? Okay. Driving the silver monster truck. Was anyone else with you when you picked her up?
No.
Okay. From there, where did you go?
We went to my office.
Now, did you just like pull up out front and she came and hopped in, or did y'all hang out for a little bit?
We were there for a little while because they were moving some things into the box truck that was there.
Okay. She and Cass was moving stuff in the box
Mhm.
truck.
And it was supposedly the last of... They were going through some trash.
Mm-hmm.
I'm trying to think if Cass left before us. And Cass was like a carport, and there were like boxes lined up on the right hand side of the carport. And when I got there, they were going through that. But I think it was just stuff that was to be thrown away.
I mean, did Cass hang out there for a little bit too? Y'all hung out together?
We didn't, I don't think we ever went inside. We just stood there with all this, because the back of the truck they had backed up to that, and Cass was eager to get the box truck and all that out of the way, because I think one of her roommates was just finally getting everything of hers out. Because Cass had 2 roommates initially,
Mm-hmm.
and one left. The man, I think it's Chris, stayed, and there's a current roommate still. And then the other girl was leaving. I think that's why they were finally just getting everything, and I think that's what took so long to get the stuff in or out of the truck or whatever she was doing. I don't know. Cass said that she was struggling with what she should throw away, what she should keep, what's it gonna have there. Just
To your knowledge, the old roommate, was that a roommate or was that someone that Cass was dating?
my understanding was that it was just a roommate. But
Do you think it's possible, or of course anything's possible, but
anything's possible with this situation. It maybe I got the impression she was a long-term roommate though. If she had lived there maybe a couple of years. I don't know. I probably, before the move stuff, I'd probably only been to that house once or twice. Once was to drop off Drake, and another time Taylor called me to come look at some court papers that she was doing. And that was kind of during the move stuff because she was talking about the issues she was having with Ambra. Which I think Ambra still has her TV, and that's been some sort of problem with.
Yeah, Amber's on Memo.
Yes.
Okay. So you went to the address. We're not sure if the old roommate was a relationship or was it in fact just a roommate. But it was a female.
It was female.
Did you ever meet her?
One time, I think the night that I dropped Taylor's son off to Cass, she was there doing some work. I guess, was a graduate student of some sort, and she was sitting at a table, like, typing on a computer.
Okay. Obviously, with the minimal interaction, it's unlikely you could draw a conclusion. But did she seem like someone who would ever have any intent to harm Taylor for any reason?
No, she was very quiet. I mean, she may have said hi or whatever. She was very quiet.
Okay. So you went there. Y'all were moving boxes into a truck. Cassandra, y'all left. Did y'all leave in the box truck as well?
No.
So the box truck stayed?
The box truck stayed. The box truck was there until after all the situation with Taylor occurred. I ended up having to go pick up somebody from my office, bring them there so that they could drive, because I can't drive the truck.
I got you.
Actually, not that kind of stick shift. Bring somebody there to get the truck and then bring it back to my office.
Okay.
And I don't know if Taylor took it to Destin that day or not, the day before.
When she was that the day that
I supposedly went with her.
You allegedly went with her?
Right.
For whatever reason that
yeah.
you were added into that mix?
Exactly.
So y'all left there, and where did y'all go?
We went from Cass's house to my office.
Cass's house. So Berkeley to office. Do you recall what route you took, or any major road you may have gone down?
Probably went down. We went out to Davis and then down.
Okay. Out on Davis and then down and maybe
Fairfield.
And then
Pace.
It's working, sorry. I looked at the machine.
You went Berkeley to Davis, obviously south, to Fairfield, to Pace. And your office is located at what address?
2414 was his program.
2416?
14.
2414 Pace. And what's the name of the office or business?
Pensacola Automatic Amusement.
And how long were y'all there? And what did y'all do?
We went into the warehouse. We were talking to one of the guys that was there. We had had a fire there, and so she was looking around for that and at the different things that we were talking about and the different equipment, because she was talking about needing something for somebody. Some friend of hers was gonna open up a bar, and so we looked at a couple pool tables and things like that. And then she had to store some of her stuff, and so she was just seeing where we were going to put it, because she didn't want to have to go rent another storage unit, because she had been, I guess, paying for this one with Amber or whatever. And I was like, well, you can stick it here, whatever. And because we have plenty of space in there. And
do you recall the employee's name that was there?
James.
So James was there. You know James's last name?
Hold on. I do know it, but like you asked me and then I'm like, draw a blank. Hayes.
Hayes?
Yes.
James Hayes. White male, black male?
White male.
The white male. He worked for you?
He's actually homeless, but he does work for me.
Well, that's cool. You got a homeless gentleman? Works
he stays there at the office, and
It's like
we have space.
cheap security.
It really is, and he's a good person and try to help it, you know what I mean? But he's been homeless for like 12 years, and he just has an alcohol issue that sometimes is problematic for him. But
Hey.
well, recently he's gotten off the alcohol. He's worked, and he built my deck.
Oh yeah, it looked good.
Yeah, he built the deck, and we, of course, paid him to build the deck. He's been doing work for other people or whatever, and he saved up enough money back in April to take a trip to the Philippines for 25 days.
Really?
Yeah, he met some girl online, wanted to go visit her.
Was it a girl?
Mm-hmm. And he saved up enough money to go over there for like 25 days.
Wow.
That's pretty cool.
Yeah. So he just, kind of needed a chance or whatever, and so.
Yeah, I'm not knocking it. That's good.
That's awesome.
And it did good work.
Yeah, he really
Oh, you
Works
see
good.
the deck, and you can see there was a deck.
Yeah, I mean, he roofed it, he did the whole deck and
It held
everything.
the pig.
Yeah.
And some monster dogs. So, pretty sturdy.
Yeah. But he did every bit of that by himself, no helpers. Like everything. And he's quite a good worker, so it's very useful for me.
So y'all went there to the office. What was your purpose for going there?
She just wanted to see if we had enough space for her to put what all she needed to put there.
A
Because
couple boxes?
yeah, the couple, exactly. Because I think Cass was pretty annoyed by the truck still being there and the amount of stuff. Because I don't think Cass was aware of how much it was. Because the day that we brought the box truck initially, the day that I helped her move, I was driving my Jeep and James had brought the truck there for them. And when I pull up, they hadn't opened the back of the box truck yet. And Cass had just got home from work. And Taylor's standing there, and I'm like, what? And she's looking at me like, and I'm like, what's the matter? And she's like, telling Cass, don't panic. It's not all staying. Because, I mean, literally, we filled that truck up. And what she had told me, and I guess what she had told Cass was, it's a couple boxes, And so when they finally opened up the truck, Cass is like, have you seen the size of my house? This is, how are we going to do this? Because she still does have the other roommate, as well, that's staying.
Mm-hmm.
And I think they're planning on selling that house too.
Yeah. So she can't have storage.
Yeah, it's not like they have rooms and rooms to
No,
store stuff in.
I mean, they have quite a bit of furniture over there as it is. I mean, it's well kept,
Oh, yeah.
It's pretty organized, so I can't imagine how I'd feel with trying to sell a house and then trying to move in, 600 square foot worth of boxes.
Yeah.
So, but, so you were there for about how long?
Maybe half hour or so. I don't know.
Okay.
Because while she was looking for that, I was talking to James about things that we needed to do and get done and stuff at the office, because he helps me out with, moving machines and things like that when I needed to.
What were the rest of your plans for the day? So where'd you go next?
We went back to my house, I believe.
What day is this? Sorry.
This is the last day that she spent with.
Oh. Sorry.
So you went back to Raintree.
Right.
And what was your purpose for going back there?
To get any of the papers that I had for her and the money and stuff for her.
So the money was being kept at your house.
Right.
How long had the money been being kept there?
It was only there for a few days.
Where was it at before that?
Taylor had it.
Okay. So this whole thing about a safety deposit box of yours, you know anything about that?
Well, Taylor wanted to get a safety deposit box initially, but she didn't want her name or anything to be on anything that Jeff could find.
Sure.
So I was like, we'll just keep it and give it to you or whatever, because I don't know why she didn't keep it. She has a safe.
That's what's odd.
And I don't know if it had to do with she didn't want Cass involved with any. I don't know. It's hard to say what was going through her head because I don't know why she was doing a lot of the stuff that she was doing.
So you had the money for, do you recall what day and how that conversation was brought up? Like, hey, 30 grand, keep it in your house. That's cool.
No, it was only 20 and then she had other cashier's checks.
So it was 20 grand and other cashier's checks.
Right.
Do you know how much money in cashier's checks it was?
Not really. I didn't really look at them.
So you don't know if it was like $500 cashier's checks or $50,000 cashier's checks?
My understanding was that they were like large amount checks.
What's large? Because
like probably 30 or 40,000.
that's large. That's more than
Really large.
that's what I make in a year, so that's pretty large.
Yeah.
It's large. Just some people are different. Yeah.
Because she had taken out money, which I don't know what she did with, before in cashier's checks from Navy Federal. And she was pretty furious about, actually I was with her that day, she had like an $80-something thousand cashier's check, and
When was that?
maybe in August. And she wanted to get all the cash, and they wouldn't give it to her.
They probably don't have that much cash in a bank.
Probably not. And so I don't know why she wanted it or what she was going to do with it or whatever.
Do you recall when that was?
Not specifically, but
I mean, are we talking like months back or?
no, probably sometime in August.
Okay. That she went to the bank and was asking for 80 grand.
Yeah,
Did you take her?
I was with her.
What bank was that?
Navy Federal.
You know which branch?
Davis and Langley.
Sure, we go there and ask why they probably.
Oh, she was really rude, like, to the people. Like, I mean, I'm sure they will remember because, like, she was kind of nasty to them.
Okay.
Did she get any cash that day?
She got, I think, $15,000 is what they would give her.
They put the rest back in more cashier's checks.
Mm-hmm. And then my understanding is she went the next day and got more cash. I wasn't with her, but that's what they told her she could do, and that's what she was doing.
So she was just going back trying to get as much cash as she could out of this cashier's check.
I guess. But I don't know what she was doing with it.
And all this was in August.
Probably in July, August, yeah.
And how did the conversation come up with her leaving the money at your house?
She just asked me if I would keep it.
And how did that go? Yeah, okay, or?
I mean, she was always there, so I mean, I really didn't mind. And
Sure.
I mean, our neighborhood is an easy neighborhood. We hardly have any kind of issues or whatever there. But I don't understand why she wasn't putting it in her safe, because she had the safe at Amber's house.
On the mile.
Mm-hmm. And then she was moving it to Cass's.
Did she move the safe to Cass's?
Mm-hmm. Well, it went there, but then I don't know why they ended up not taking it out of the truck. But of course now it's all at my office.
The safe is at your office.
Yeah, all of that junk is at my office.
Do you know what's in that safe?
I don't. Like, when we moved it, it was open and it popped in, like, when we were trying to put it in the truck, it popped open, and then she ended up closing it, but I don't think there was anything in it because the door popped open. But whether she had all that other cash that she had taken out before in there, I don't know, but it was with her at that house. That's one I know.
At Amber's.
At Amber's.
Okay. So let's go back. You were at the warehouse on Pace.
Mm-hmm.
Y'all were there for about 30 minutes. Where did y'all go after that?
Back to my house.
Back to your house. Do you recall what route you may have taken?
No. Probably Fairfield.
Same little back up?
Yeah.
Okay. And you're going there to get what?
The cash for her.
Okay. Did y'all end up getting that?
Yeah.
And then where'd you go?
We went back to Cass's house.
Then you went from Rangetree to Berkeley. How long were you at your house at Rangetree?
Not very long. Maybe 20 minutes or so.
And then y'all went to Berkeley.
Right.
Was Cass there?
No, she wasn't.
Okay. What'd y'all do there?
I sat in the truck. Taylor went inside. She said she needed to get some papers. And that's, I think, when she got her other bag. And she brought a couple, boxes out to the truck.
So she went and got a bag. What was in the bag? When you say a bag, like a garbage bag or duffel bag?
No, like a little, sort of like a tactical bag.
Okay. She never opened it up. Okay. She came out, y'all left. Where'd you go after that?
We went to ride by one of the houses that she was looking at.
And where was that at?
Off of Beulah Road.
Do you recall where that house was on Beulah Road?
I wasn't paying attention. I was talking on the phone doing work stuff when she was...
Could you find that house again if you wanted to?
Maybe, but I don't know. I really wasn't paying attention. She just wanted to drive by and see if the cars were there, so I didn't really even pay attention to what house it was.
Okay. Did she ever mention any names of the person she was working with?
No.
You said, I think when I talked to you last time, y'all stopped somewhere?
At a gas station.
Out in Beulah.
Right.
Was that before going to that by the house or after?
It was after.
Okay.
So the house she was looking at was going to be somewhere between Mobile Highway and 9 Mile on Beulah Road.
So do you recall how y'all got from Berkeley to Beulah Road?
We went Mobile Highway. We went probably Fairfield to Mobile Highway.
Straight
Straight
down
out.
Mobile all the way?
Yeah.
So y'all went down Beulah Road. The house was somewhere between Beulah
Mobile.
and 90, or 9 Mile.
Mobile and 9 Mile, yeah.
Yeah, on Beulah. And then y'all did what you had to do with that house?
Well, we just drove by. She was looking for a vehicle.
Okay. And then you went to...
And that's when we went to the gas station there to get a drink.
Okay. Went to the store. What did y'all do at the store?
She was on the phone, and I went in the store, got a drink, and got her another beer.
How much had she been drinking that day?
She had a Yeti type cup thing full of beer.
I mean, was she intoxicated?
She didn't seem to be, but I mean, I don't drink at 10 o'clock in the morning either, so I don't...
Sure. I mean, did she seem like she was getting a little buzzed?
Not really. I mean, I didn't think so.
Have you ever seen her drinking at that time of day before?
No.
So that was odd behavior.
And in fact, I said something to her. I was like, beer at this time of the morning? She was like, well, it's 5 o'clock somewhere. I'm like...
It's a perfect response for any argument. Well...
I'm like, brutal. Well, thank you.
Sweet. That's an awesome argument.
Yeah.
So,
I didn't even really know her to really drink much. Like, she's never drank much around me, other than maybe, like, a beer with dinner or something like that. Like, I've never seen her drunk or...
okay. So, you left the store and went where?
That's when we went to go look at to see if, I guess, the vehicle was at the residence on Scenic Highway.
Okay, so you went down Mobile Highway, then you went to the store, then you went and looked at the residence.
No, we drove past whatever house she was looking at on Beulah Road,
Mm-hmm.
and then we went to the store, and then we went to see if the vehicle she was looking for was at a residence on Scenic Highway.
On Scenic, okay.
Yeah.
Then how'd y'all get to Scenic?
The interstate.
So I took the interstate from Beulah.
Yeah.
The interstate to Beulah to Scenic. Did she point out the house? Did y'all pull in the driveway, anything like that?
No. I mean, she just wanted to drive by. I mean, I guess she was just looking for a vehicle.
Do you recall where that house was?
It's north of the interstate, somewhere right around Mackey Cove.
Or try to get an idea.
Yeah,
And to your knowledge, this was an insurance type case?
that was my understanding.
Did you ever feel like she was being, like, deceitful about that?
Not really, but I really wasn't paying much attention. You know, you don't.
Yeah, and the reason I ask these questions is because if it's just an insurance type fraud or some guy saying, oh, it hurt my leg, getting a little money, I'm not saying that person's, like, harmless, but I would say that there's probably less danger than if she was investigating something else or other things.
She's never told me that she's investigated any kind of, like, infidelity cases or criminal type cases. I know that she said that she was getting, what kind of case did she call it? And you'd have to check with the people that she worked for. I can't remember. She was getting some new type of case, but I didn't get the impression that this was that case.
Okay.
Whatever she said was to the effect that the attorneys, I guess, that she was working for, whatever, she was going to start doing some other type of casework other than just the insurance stuff.
Okay. So, y'all drove by there on Scenic, then where?
Then that's when we went to the farm.
Okay. Now, was the farm something that was a planned thing?
No, she just said she wanted to drink a beer, and we had talked about the farm because when they had gone, Cass and Drake and Taylor had gone to visit her mom, I guess, in Tallahassee not that long before, and they were talking about, they have animals and goats and all that stuff. And this was a family farm that I had, and so she was like, well, let me see, because her mom has stuff like that, and so we just drove out there, and she was just blowing off steam, I guess, and drinking beer, and we were just hanging out. I mean, it really wasn't a very odd day.
Yeah.
I didn't get the impression that, she was upset about the Jeff situation, but, like, it wasn't unusual for Taylor to call me and be like, hey, do you just want to come ride around with me today, or whatever. And most of the time I didn't because I had to work, but she'd call and say, I just want to come hang out, and skibble and sitting at home, I guess, and whatever. She was a strange girl.
Okay. Had y'all made plans, or like prior to that day, had y'all made plans of what you were going to be doing that day?
Not really. We talked about her, she wanted to get the money and stuff, and she wanted me to review some case documents or something that she had to make sure that she had typed it out right or whatever. But aside from that, we were supposed to go pick up the TV, but I don't know.
Right off the number.
Right, and I don't know what the situation with that was. I knew about a week before there was some issue with money with her not wanting to pay for a deposit or there was some bad deal between her and Esley, Ambra, that she had talked about, but I don't really know what it was. Other than, I do know that it had to do with some sort of deposit, and Ambra thought that Taylor owed her money. And I think that's why she's still holding the TV.
Okay.
And I don't know if that's why Taylor wasn't wanting to go get the TV that day or not. But there was some issue to that. In Casa, there when we talked about it. I mean, I think they thought that she owed them for electrical or some mess, but
sure.
Whatever it was.
Okay. You say that that day she'd asked to go get that money was part of one of the things that she wanted is to get the money from your place.
Right.
Had she asked before that at any point to go get the money?
Yeah, and I had been super busy that week because of the what we had done before that, the week before, and I had just 8 million things going on. We were actually supposed to do it the day that she had the box truck moving it, and then they ended up just doing all that instead of.
So that week before, you'd just been busy, so you couldn't take her to get the money.
And she was gonna come by the house. I told her to come by the house, and everybody was just running around and doing whatever. So.
And how long was the money at the house?
Probably just a couple weeks.
Okay. Do you own a safety deposit box?
I don't.
Or does Zach have a safety deposit box?
I don't know.
Okay. Who do y'all bank with?
Wells Fargo.
Which branch do you use?
I use the downtown branch.
Where does Zach use?
He never really banks, but downtown would be probably where he would go, or the Bayou branch.
Okay. Do you know anyone that works for Wells Fargo?
Randy Ard.
Randy Ard?
Mm-hmm.
Is that a male or a female?
Male.
Randy Ard. Which branch does he work at?
The downtown branch.
Okay. Have you ever visited any other Wells Fargos or frequented any other Wells Fargos?
Not really.
Okay. Have you ever been to the Wells Fargo out in Bellevue?
I have.
Okay. Have you ever had a safety deposit box there?
No. They closed theirs, and that's the one that Taylor wanted to go get a safety deposit box at, but then all this stuff went crazy with the Jeff situation.
Okay. Do you know anyone that works there?
I don't.
Okay. When was the last time you've been to the Wells Fargo over in Bellevue?
Probably the week that we were there. Taylor and I went by there because she wanted to find out about when they closed the safety deposit box was there.
What did they say?
I think they said July.
They closed it in July?
Mm-hmm.
When did you learn that they had closed it?
I don't bank at that branch, so anything that I would do would be downtown.
Okay.
And I don't know why she wanted to make it seem like she had a safety deposit box.
That's what's very peculiar to me. That's why I'm asking these questions, because it's come out that there was a safety deposit box apparently in your name. And I don't care if you have one or not. It's not that it's peculiar that folks are telling us that there was one, and that she has been telling people that she has one.
But she wanted to get one, and then she wanted to get us to get one together. So I don't know why the whole deal really occurred.
Why would she want you two to get one together? That's
have no idea. Everything that she does is kind of odd. But, I mean, she would call me and be like, well, let's go do this. Let's go do that. And then she'd call and change her mind. And she'd be like, well, I'm going to text you this. Okay. I mean, everything, the only way I could take it is she was very, very upset about what was going on with court. And I mean, I know she was trying to hide money from the Jeff situation, but...
And understand, that's a civil matter. That's not something we're concerned about.
Oh, I know.
I don't care if she was hiding $1 million from Jeff. I'm not Jeff.
No, I know.
She's not hiding money from me.
Well, like, I wouldn't have to have anything to do with this if she wasn't trying to... I mean, this is a pain in the ass for me,
sure,
you know?
Sure, all of us.
Well, I mean, it really is, because, like, now I'm stuck with all of her stuff in my office, and, you know, even before all this goes on, she's got the truck for a week, and this and that. I mean, just trying to help her, and, of course, the story that I get is a very sob story about how Jeff's taken all this money, and he took all this stuff from her, and now she's just, you know, trying to hide it and move it and do all kind of just shady stuff with it. And, like, she's overinflating credit cards and stuff, like putting extra money on credit cards. I mean, who does that?
Paying more.
Right,
than the bill.
like paying more than...
So if you owe $500 total, she pays more than $500.
Like $2,000 or something, just adding...
So she has like $1,500 credit?
Yeah.
Actually, this, and we may not have told you this. What you tell us stays in here, okay? Our main goal is to find...
No, and I understand.
Yeah.
She just...
We're not... I don't know... You don't want to appear you are, that like you're trying to hold back anything, or don't want to tell something that's maybe embarrassing, whatever. Just whatever you tell us stays in here, and we're not trying to... I guess we are prying into y'all's relationship, because we want to know everything we can know about her.
Oh, and I truly understand. It's just
we want to
hard
find her.
And it's hard for me because I guess I didn't know who she was until a lot of this, because what I knew her to be was one thing, and now what I'm finding out is
We're hearing that.
something totally different.
She appears to confide in you a lot, though.
Well, and that's the thing that, like, I don't understand. Like, I thought we were very close, but then yet I don't know about this Ginger situation in Biloxi until the day it comes up. But I didn't know her to be, like, to lie to me, you know, and she was, in fact, that day that all that happened, she was like, you know, I felt bad for Cass, but it hurt me that I lied to you about the drugs and whatever else. And I'm like, well, you know, that's not anything that you can't fix. I mean, you did drugs a couple times, okay, it's bad, but stop.
Was her husband home then? Did he hear all this?
No, he wasn't there that day.
Does he know every detail of y'all's relationship and last time y'all hung out and all that stuff?
He probably doesn't, because
It's probably
he
a
gets
good thing then.
angry with me. He would get angry with me for hanging out because he's like, stop helping her, stop helping her, stop helping her. And I'm like, because I just didn't see her as a bad person. I mean, maybe
She may not be. She may not be.
They make bad
but
decisions.
maybe I was too naive, whatever, I don't know. I just felt like the way that she put everything to me was like she was just trying to get her life together, to get her kid, to get back on her feet, and that Jeff had done so much, you know, to her to take away all of this money that she had and everything else. It just was... And so, of course, I feel bad for her, and I'm like, okay, well, do whatever you need me to do, you know, I'll help you, because I feel like she was kind of alone other than, you know, Cass, and
She was in a way.
I've known her, you know, a little bit longer, you know, than Cass has, and so, you know, I was willing to help her, but then half the stuff that I thought to be true now I find out isn't true, or allegedly isn't true. I mean, I don't know, because everybody has it's like a wild roller coaster of stories, and I'm just like, are you kidding? You know, every day Cass will call and be like, well, this is the new thing for today, and this is the new person of the day, and no, her dad's not dead, and no this, and I'm like,
Yeah.
how do you piece through it?
Yeah. Just to finish up that last day, y'all went and took this scenic highway north, and then from there you went to the farm.
Right.
The farm is where?
It's off of Highway 90 in Milton.
And that's the address you provided me.
Right.
And who owns that farm?
My aunt.
Okay. I think, did you send me that number?
I did.
I believe you did, yeah. Highway 90 in Milton owns the farm. Okay. And y'all were out there for how long?
Probably maybe an hour.
Maybe an hour?
Yeah.
And then from there you went
Back to my house.
back to your place. Do you recall what route roughly?
The interstate.
If you interstate. Back to Rain Tree.
So Taylor was still with you?
Yeah.
So, and you two were alone?
Yeah.
And when y'all get back to Rain Tree, can you kind of describe to me what the mood was like, the conversation was like?
She was fine. She just said that she wanted to go have a beer and that she was going to get an Uber to take her to go have a beer. And I said, well, I can just drop you back off at your car. And she's like, well, I don't want to drive.
Mm-hmm. So she denied your assistance, I guess, your help?
Yeah, I mean, because I was willing to take her. I mean, she doesn't live far from my house, so...
Did she ever mention anything about having a friend come pick her up?
She didn't, but, I mean, I couldn't tell you if she was going to, or, you know what I mean, if she really had an Uber come, or if it was somebody that was picking her up.
Mm-hmm.
Because when we got back, Zach and I were supposed to go out to dinner. We ended up going to, and I had to go pick up my Jeep. That's why I was in his truck, because the lady that works for me had my Jeep that day. And of course she's been avoiding Zach because he doesn't want anything to do with her. And so I went inside, and when I came back out, she had already gone.
Okay.
Where's all her bags at?
Well, she left the stuff in my car, or in Zach's truck, and when I didn't hear from her later, until Cass didn't hear from her, and then so I called Cass, and I'm like, hey, I have this stuff that she left in here, and I knew it was expensive stuff. I was off top Jeep, so I'm not leaving stuff like that in it, so I'm like, hey, can I bring this stuff over to you, because she left the stuff in my truck, and so that's when I took it over to Cass.
And what was her attitude like?
Cass's, she just was kind of irritated with Taylor, but I mean, everybody kind of was, because I didn't think anything of it, because like I said, she had been drinking all day and was kind of like, just in one of those moods and saying that, she just wanted to chill out or whatever. And I don't know if she was frustrated with just moving into Cassis. She was really torn about moving into Cassis. Not because I think that they had any issues, but, there was all the infidelity mess.
Yeah.
And Taylor, and I told Cass this, I didn't, wasn't trying to hurt her feelings, and I had a conversation, because Taylor can be wild. Cass is not wild. Cass is not the
She seems fairly reserved.
Party person. She's very quiet. She's pretty, and, I know Taylor to want to go party and have fun and whatever. I don't know. So I asked her, I said, when she was talking to me about moving in with Cass, she said, what do you think? And I'm like, well, are you going to stay? Because I've seen her, bounce between people. It's kind of a big step to move in with somebody,
Well, yeah.
And especially coming off, like, the infidelity stuff, I mean, like, okay, are you going to stay? Is this just another little deal? And she's like, I don't know, I'm going to try. But, I mean, Cass is the most reserved person I've ever seen her around. I didn't have a lot of faith that they would stay together, just based on Taylor's behavior, not Cass's behavior. I think that Cass is a good person, you know, and she's probably really good for Taylor. Taylor kind of tends to go to the wild side of more of a fun side, and so that's why I asked her, I'm like, you know, if you're going to move in, are you going to settle down? She said, I'm going to try. So,
has she expressed any interest in leaving Cass at any time?
She just...
Or was unhappy?
I don't think Taylor was 100%. I know that she was really irritated about the house stuff. I got the impression that it probably wasn't going to be long term, only because she's like, she wants me to pick out this and this and this, and it's not my house, and I'm not going to be there. And I'm like, what do you mean you're not going to be there? She's like, well, you just can't say. And I'm like, but Taylor, this is what we're talking about. Like, are you staying? What, you know? I don't know.
And this, awkward question, but again, like Chad said, this all stays in this room. Had you and Taylor ever...
No.
Had she ever come on to you, or...
Taylor asked me one time if I would have a threesome with her and some guy. And I'm like, no thank you.
And when was that?
Probably a week before that day.
So, recent?
Yeah.
Do you know who the guy was?
I don't
Did she say?
She didn't say.
Did she show you a picture?
No, I just told her, like, I'm like, not my thing.
Yeah. Any other time she brought up that...
Not to me. I mean, she's never been out of the way with me or anything before.
And that was approximately, so she had, around the 1st?
Somewhere in there.
Okay. And how did that conversation, were y'all like hanging out, or she like hit you up, call you and say?
No, we were together. I think it may have been the day that we were moving stuff. Either the day or the day before that we were moving all of our stuff.
She just randomly popped up with this, or was there like a conversation leading up?
No, it was just like, hey, by the way.
Think she's being serious, or think she's just...
Oh, she was serious.
She was serious.
Yeah, for sure. Because it caught me off guard. I was like, what? No, thank you.
Okay. And again, this stays in here.
Know.
You know, this is for purposes of locating her. It's not for purposes of us sharing with anyone else, period. In fact, it doesn't even have to go on any sort of documentation. If it helps us locate her, when we find her and she's all good, how we got to that step's really irrelevant.
She said nothing about the guy's name or how old he was, or white or black, Hispanic, or anything like that?
She just said he's hot and her type.
Okay. What's her type?
The only way that I know that is, like, I know that she does like super buff, like, military type, you know, hard body type people.
Sure.
Tall, muscular. Then those are the types of people that she showed me, like, when she was going out with people in Destin, that she was seeing.
Do you recall if she had spoke to a guy that day?
I didn't really pay much attention to her. Like, honestly, like, Taylor talks so much. She is a very, like, over-talker. I just kind of sometimes just tune her out and going about my business. Because I get a lot of business. Well, you see how my phone is.
Yeah.
I have a lot of, like, constant whatever. And so, a lot of times when we're together or whatever. And she just, you know, would say she wanted company or whatever. She'd just stop by the house if I was there. And I'd, you know, still continue doing my thing, and she would do hers. She'd even come by the house, like, if she was bored and trying to type a report or whatever, and swing by there and just type it just so she wasn't sitting Cass is by herself or Ethel is by herself. And I mean, I didn't mind. It just.
Does she ever mention of Cass being jealous that y'all are hanging out so much?
No.
Has your husband ever expressed concern or not interest, but just jealousy that y'all hang out a lot?
No, he just didn't want me to hang out with her. Like, I don't see Zach as being jealous of me hanging out with her.
Has he ever accused y'all of being intimate?
No.
Okay.
No.
Would he care if he found out that y'all were, or heard from someone that y'all were?
No, he wouldn't care. He'd probably be like, it's cool. I mean, he's a guy. Come on. He'd be like, can I watch? Or something like that. I mean, realistically, that's what he would do.
I guess we are prime. We have to look at every aspect and every angle to see.
No, I
have to. Because again, if it turns out that some one of these 10,000 people on Facebook made a suggestion or a comment, and we didn't even follow up on that, and it turned out to be something real, or some person called in with the lead, one of these 10,000 people called in with a lead.
Well, that's the weird thing about, like, the person that, like, Cass called that lady back. I don't know if she told you when she and I were sitting there at my house, and the lady's like, this is Taylor. And then she's like, oh, this is Maria. And we're like, what?
Mm-hmm.
And Cass is like, because Cass had it on speakerphone, and she's like, well, have you seen her? She's not here right now, or she said something to that effect. It was never like, no, I don't know her, or no, like, who are you talking about? It was just a really weird conversation. I think that's the one that ended up turning out to be somebody that ended up asking for money.
Yeah, she did.
Y'all are going to get a bunch of those.
I mean, it was really strange, but she just happened to be at my house at the time, Cass, and we were sitting there listening to it, and we were like, what the hell?
Yeah, that's why I don't always necessarily agree with these Facebook posts. I guess I'm sure Brian had good intentions.
Oh, I'm sure,
but you can see the problem that it can stir up, because now there's all these people that we have to chase down that could be just looking for attention or looking for some, thing.
I mean, to me and Cass, it was like that too, because we're like, most people would say, if you call them, hey, is this Taylor? Or do you know Taylor? No, I don't know who that is. You have the wrong number. I'm sorry. Or something to that effect. But the conversation was much longer than that. So we're thinking, okay, well, is this the other number? Or is it somebody that knows her or whatever? And so we leave there thinking, like, okay, well, maybe this is. And then Cass later calls and tells me that this person starts asking for money. I'm like, what in the world, I mean, don't waste everybody's time.
Well, you can rest assured that is exactly what's going to happen when you have this many crazy people see this stuff.
You say there's not a safety deposit box. Obviously, we're going to follow up with Wells Fargo to see. We're not going to find one in your name or your husband's name.
No.
Or one that you've gone to, or they've allowed you to have access to. Okay.
Do you know who harmed Taylor?
No, I don't. I don't know that she's been harmed.
Did you harm her?
No, I didn't.
You know if Cass has harmed her?
No. I wouldn't think so. Like, I don't believe Taylor's been harmed. I think Taylor's doing what Taylor does. But I don't know. The only thing that I can think, Taylor is a very tough person. She's always come across as being tough and never made it anything other than, she's always carrying weapons, whether it's knives or guns or whatever. She's not an easy target. She seems to always have everything together to a degree. The only thing I worry about is with the drug situation. Like, I wouldn't even, if I didn't know about the drug situation, I wouldn't be worried about her. I would say Taylor's doing what Taylor does. But then that lifestyle becomes a different group of people.
Sure.
Which is what I worry about with her.
Sure. And we don't know that she ever had intentions on leaving. Maybe she wanted to go have fun, and then someone found her with a bag full of cash. And that's why we have to follow down every single avenue and ask all these
Her asked
awkward
about all the
questions.
vacation spots and all that stuff. Have you talked to her about that?
We didn't get into that.
Did she ever talk about where she would go if she wanted to hide?
She never talked to me about hiding. She talked to somebody, and I don't remember who it was. Maybe it was Cass, that she could just disappear if she wanted to. The only places I know her to go is Vegas, Savannah, Georgia, Destin. I think her mom lives somewhere around Tallahassee. I know she has friends in Jacksonville. I know that on her way to North Carolina when she took Drake back, she wanted to stop in Jacksonville, Florida and Savannah, Georgia. And I don't think Cass wanted her to visit whoever was in either of those two towns.
In Jacksonville or Savannah?
Or Savannah. And so she said that she wasn't. And so she told me that she was not going to go there. And I think ended up saying, does she have a home in Atlanta, Georgia?
I've never heard of her having any connections to Atlanta.
Okay, well, she told me when she was going to take Drake back that she was going to stay at her house in Atlanta that's just outside of Atlanta.
Where's Savannah, Georgia in relation to...
It's right near Jacksonville, Florida. I mean, you're just like...
It's on the other side of the state line.
Yeah.
It's south and to the east of
So not near Atlanta.
No. I mean, that's on the other side of the state.
It's multiple hours somewhere.
At her house. She seemed like it was another lie, or did she seem like she was...
I didn't know Taylor to be a liar, though, until all of this comes out. So okay, let me say this. I didn't know Taylor to be a liar, except for the fact that I knew she was trying to hide all this money and do all this stuff. I know she was going to try to go to Jeff's supervisors and stuff and get her son back. And so I guess she had evidence against him, whatever it was with that. And she was trying to prove that he was unfit for the son so she could get the son back.
Is that possible, you think? You think she'd be able to prove that?
I don't.
Did she ever tell you what made him unfit?
Well, I mean, the story that I get is that Jeff was the aggressive one. And that he was the one that would be, like volatile and violent with her. But now I'm hearing that it was Taylor that was actually that person. So, I don't know. I mean, she told me that he's taken, supposedly she got like a $250,000 settlement from some car wreck she had.
Taylor?
Mm-hmm.
Okay.
And that, well, this is what she told me about the court case. That she had gotten a $250,000 settlement from her insurance company on some accident that she had. And then the court said that because she put it in a joint account with Jeff, it was commingled.
Yep.
And then he took like $160,000 of it prior to the court date. And so then, because it was together, then they had to split, I guess, whatever was left in that account.
So you got even more.
Right. And so that she was furious about. And then I guess they do, what made me not question that Atlanta house thing is because I say they do have houses together. She told me that they have multiple properties that are to be sold.
In their divorce? Or
yeah. So I guess I just assumed that Atlanta house was one of them. I think he has a home, but my understanding is they own multiple homes that are now supposed to be sold because of the divorce.
Are they collecting rent on those homes right now?
That's my understanding, that Jeff is the one that's collecting the rent on the homes.
Do you know if there are any vacant homes? She never really mentioned.
No. Well, she did tell me that Jeff was getting the rent for them. So, I mean, she never said that they were, you know, having to pay out anything on these homes. But
She ever talked about leaving the country to go on vacation or anything?
no. I mean, the things that she would talk about mostly, Vegas, Atlantic City, because I think there's an aunt that lives up north somewhere.
She's got a gambling problem.
She does have a gambling problem.
Have you ever went with her to casinos?
I didn't. I actually, the weekend that she was going to take me to my 40th, and when please don't judge me when I tell you the story, because you're not going to even believe it.
Let me stop you. I've been doing this for almost 15 years, and I've been talking to people here for 9 years. There's nothing you can say that I will not believe.
It's really not bad, but it's really like the craziest bunch of mess you've ever heard. Taylor, a friend of mine that was with me, Taylor decides that she wants to take me to New Orleans for my 40th birthday, because I just turned 40.
I love that place.
And I'm like, okay, well, sure, we'll go. And she plans the weekend, gets a hotel, all that. It's supposed to be me and Taylor and my friend Audrey and Cass. And no, Audrey and I are not together. She's a different. And I don't, you know, there's nothing between Cass or Taylor or Audrey. But, you know, I was just friends with her. So and I don't have a lot of female friends because shit like this, they're dramatic, and I don't want any part of it. I am not a shopper. I don't want to, you know, go to the mall. I don't want to do any of that bullshit. So she plans this. Well, my friend Audrey, the Friday before we're supposed to go to New Orleans, she calls me on the phone and she's like, hey, you need to come to my house. My mom's dead. Oh, so I go to her house. Her mom had passed away in her sleep from a heart attack. Well, Audrey was supposed to go with us. And I had had a busy work week too, so it was like, I told Taylor, I said, you know, I'm sorry. I don't know that I'm going to be able to make it. I'm like, I am swamped at work. Now, Audrey, I don't think can go because her mom just died. So, you know, you and Cass go have fun. I don't think I can go. She's like, well, you know, please try to come, please try to come, please try to come. I'm like, we'll figure it out. I'll do the best I can. I know I cannot leave on Friday because I just have too much work to do. So I'll try to get up and come Saturday morning. And if Audrey can get a babysitter for the night, maybe it'll be good for her to get out because, you know, her mom did just die, whatever. So Audrey gets a babysitter. We go to leave. We're leaving. We get across the Pontchartrain Bridge. Audrey goes, you gotta pull over. I think I'm having a heart attack. I'm like, what? She's like, yeah. I'm like, okay, well, do you want me to stop, or do you want me to get you to the hospital? I'm like, you want me to call an ambulance to you, or what? She's like, no, just go. So I'm driving from the Pontchartrain Bridge towards downtown New Orleans at like 95, 100, hoping that a cop stops me. Yeah, because then I can be like, take her, you know, do something. But, of course, at that point, no, I don't get pulled over. But luckily, at Canal Street, University Medical Center is right there. Sure. And I go to New Orleans a lot, so I knew where it was. And Tulane Medical Center is just right there. So I'm like, okay, I can get you to a hospital. I know where there's one. We pull in there. And I don't even know what time it was. We pull in there, take Audrey inside. They end up admitting her. Her gallbladder has ruptured or whatever. And she is having, like, a gallbladder attack and has gallstones and a duct and all this is her mom's funeral. This was the Saturday. Her mom's funeral was the Monday. She had surgery on Tuesday. She missed her mom's funeral because she is stuck in New Orleans in the hospital. She didn't even get to come home until the following Wednesday. So my trip to New Orleans for my 40th birthday was hanging out with friends in the hospital because that night, Cass and Taylor came to the hospital to see her. I ended up leaving the hospital at like 3 o'clock in the morning, went to the room, slept, went back to the hospital, hung out with Audrey. Then of course, we planned on going home on Sunday, so I had to go home because I had stuff for work. Then on Monday, when I got done with my work stuff, I drove back over to check on Audrey in the hospital, drove back to Pensacola.
In one day?
Oh, yeah, but
you're a very good friend.
Well, but what happened was, her dad couldn't come to her. Nobody could because her mom's service was that day. So she had no family that could even go over there and check on her. So the poor girl's stuck in another town in a hospital by herself, you know, facing surgery. And I'm like, well, I'll drive over. Here I go. You know, I went to the store, got her some Sprite and Jello and whatever else she could eat, toothbrush, drove back. And then finally the next day her dad was able to go, so it took it off my relief, you know. But, so that was our trip. But the point of that story was, I know that the Friday night, I wasn't there, I know that Taylor and Cass had spent a bunch of time at Harrah's. And my impression was that Taylor probably did spend a lot of time at Harrah's in New Orleans, because when I was coming over, she's like, where are you going to park? And their hotel was at the Weston Canal Place. And
it's right across the street from the Harris.
It is. But they have really good parking there because of the mall. You know, there's the thing. And so I'm like, I'm going to park at the parking under the hotel. And she's like, well, it's expensive. She's like, I can get you free parking at Harrah's. And so that's what made me think, okay, well, she probably has been there multiple times so she can get a bunch of comps, you know. But we were staying at the Westin, so why not park at the Westin? I mean, you just get in. It's the same elevators that go from the mall to the hotel, so
right.
It's much easier, obviously, than parking at Harrah's and dragging your bags across. And of course, this is the conversation we had before. I know that I'm actually not going to the hotel. I'm going to University Medical Center with Audrey. But that was the impression. I know they spent a lot of time that Friday and Saturday at Harrah's in New Orleans. But that's not the first time that I've heard, you know, her want to gamble, and that's been sort of an ongoing.
Have you ever gone with her to a casino?
Mm-mm.
How about to like the dog track here in Pensacola?
I know that she does go to the dog track in Pensacola, but I've never been with her.
Has she ever spoke about winning any large amounts of money out there?
She never really talks.
She ever talk about losing a lot of money out there?
Mm-mm.
What about Biloxi? Did you ever go with her to Biloxi? You know what casino she would go to in Biloxi?
No. Like I said, I didn't know.
Atmore.
That's
Queen
Did
Creek.
she go there?
I've never heard of her talk about going there.
I don't think you can play cards.
You
there.
can't play cards there. It's
Just
just
video
video,
stuff, right.
being slot machine things or whatever.
How many times have you gone to New Orleans with them?
I've just been that one time that
Okay.
I spent years.
How long would have been in the room with them? For how long do you think?
I probably got to the room around 3 o'clock in the morning, and I think Audrey called me at 8 in the morning to tell me that they were scheduling her for surgery.
So we got there long.
No, I was probably there like 5 hours. Slept for a little bit, got a shower, and went back to the hospital.
And it was just you three there?
Mm-hmm. I do know that they met somebody the night before, and I asked Cass this, and she said she didn't seem to think that Taylor knew this person, but he was buying them bottles and stuff at some strip club, and I guess he called them to hang out the next day to when they were there. But like I said, I didn't even get to eat in New Orleans. I was doing the hospital thing, but all day, or for that Friday, and then during the day on Saturday.
Who paid for the room, didn't you?
Taylor.
You know what form of payment she used by chance?
I wasn't there when they checked in, and I wasn't there when they checked out. I was just there for that little bit of time, early Sunday morning until a little bit later Sunday morning.
Were they awake when you woke up?
Mm-hmm.
Any other purchases you recall her making, Taylor, for you or y'all at any place?
In New Orleans?
Anywhere. Anytime over the past year you've hung out with her, anytime you can recall she took to cover the bill, and used a card or some other form of payment?
A lot of times, like, Taylor would pay for dinner or things like that.
The reason I ask this is I want to know what other cards that she may have access to and maybe using.
I don't know, but I wouldn't have paid attention. Taylor used cash a lot.
Obviously, that's difficult to track.
I know that she told me she had a Navy Federal account, and Wells Fargo account, and I think a USAA account.
Yeah. Is that a bank?
Yes, good. I'm going to write that one down, so I don't think we're aware of that.
Yeah. No, I haven't heard that one.
So we don't forget.
But yeah, it wasn't, I mean, like, when we went to that Alabama game, I mean, we paid for the hotel or whatever, and I'm sure that Taylor bought, like, dinner or whatever else when we were up there for us, because he, you know, paid for the hotel. And
Was she free-spirited around your husband, like walk around, and, or she really, like, cover herself up when you are in the hotel room?
oh, she would cover herself up. She was pretty reserved around Zach.
That's when her and Zach were getting along.
Right. Yeah. It wasn't until the past probably 2 months that he's been just really put out with her. But once I told him about, like, knowing about the drug use when she came to us that day, he was like, no.
Put her off.
Yeah.
Is there any reason or anything that could have happened that would lead Cass to think that you and Taylor were involved?
No, not at all. I wouldn't think so. I mean, we haven't ever been that. I wouldn't think that Cass would think that either.
Okay.
I mean, Cass has never treated me in any way like that.
Sure. Any other reasons you can think that Cass would be upset with her, other than, of course, the infidelity?
Just that. I know that Cass really does. In fact, I didn't have Cass's phone number until after that occurred. And then she would check with me, like, if she knew Taylor was with me, and say, like, you know, is she with you or whatever. But I know that Cass was concerned the day that, like I told you, that day that I had Drake, and that I had to bring him to Cass because Taylor wasn't anywhere around when she was supposed to be. And Cass said something about it later, you know, that she still didn't show up, even though she kept saying, I'm sure around the corner, I'm sure around the corner. So, but I know Cass was still nervous about what Taylor was doing. Because I think that it caught her off guard. It caught me off guard. I didn't expect it, but I didn't really get into their life. You know what I mean? One odd thing that I think is odd that I told Cass, and I sort of felt bad about it because, you know, I didn't. First of all, I thought Taylor was going to be home that next day. The Saturday after the Friday, I was supposed to go to a wedding. Taylor, in fact, that Friday, we talked about, she asked me, hey, are you going to this wedding? And I said, yeah. And,
Taylor asked you that?
Mm-hmm. And I said, yeah. And she's like, well, can I come? And I'm like, well, I guess so. And she's like, okay. And the reason she wanted to go to the wedding is because Jessica Wood was going to be at that wedding.
I'm tracking. Okay.
So, because it was Jimmy Tatum and Christy Berry's wedding, and it was all cops. So, I mean,
did you end up going to the wedding?
I did, yeah.
Obviously, she wasn't there.
Taylor wasn't there. Jessica was there.
Sure. Did you talk to Jessica?
I didn't. I mean, I may have said, hey.
Sure.
But,
she wasn't aware of anything that may have been going on that she hadn't been heard from that night before?
No, it didn't seem like, I mean, everybody there was doing their own thing. In fact, I texted Taylor the next day and asked her, you know, are you coming to the wedding? When I heard from her, and of course I didn't hear from her, but I thought it was odd because if she's going to be with Cass, why are you trying to get to a place where Jess is going to be?
Yeah. And that's kind of why I asked the question earlier. Had you, even if in your mind there was no intent to show like affection or interest in Taylor, is there anything that you did that could have been perceived that way?
Maybe so. on this case, like Taylor is a hugger. You know, like she'll hug you, kiss you bye or whatever, and be like, "Oh, love you on the phone" or whatever like that. But I'm from the South. That doesn't really shock me in people. So,
any interactions in person where Cass was around?
I mean, she would always hug me bye and stuff like that.
Did you ever see Cass kind of get or appear bothered or anything by it? Or do you think Cass would show that she was bothered if she was?
I don't know her well enough, but I just know Cass to be very sort of consistent and stable. Now, I mean, it did bother Cass when I told her about Taylor wanted to go to the wedding with Jessica, you know, being there. But
so there was a huge dollars.
in fact, like that day, Taylor asked me if she could come to a wedding with me. And I was like, yeah, that's fine. And then I find out that the reason she wants to go to the wedding is because Jessica was going to be at the wedding.
Let me guess, is this
Tatum's
wedding
yeah.
over there? Yeah, I've seen pictures of that.
Yeah.
Oh, okay.
But see, she knew that Jess would be at the wedding because Jess and Christy were together.
Right.
So, but she really wanted to go to that wedding. And, like, basically invited herself to come with me because we were going to the wedding.
Did your husband go with you?
He ended up going. He hadn't planned on going. He had to go to the, I don't know what he was doing. There was something he had to do. Anyway, there was a time that he didn't think he was going, but he ended up going. And she wanted to go. I was like, well, I guess so. But
now, was it like assume that she was just going there to see what, or did she actually express that?
oh, she told me that.
I'm going there and I want to see
Jessica.
Was Jessica going with a date as well?
I don't know. I mean, I saw Jess there, but I mean, she may have like walked by the table and said hi or whatever, but I didn't really pay much attention. I mean, Zach and Jess are friends. Like, I just know her from the few times that I saw her with Taylor and when we dropped her off at her house once or twice. When she lived with Jess earlier.
how we doing on the phone.
It's still working. Yeah, I guess you probably don't delete a lot of stuff either, do you?
Sorry.
I'm trying to get it done. It's working.
No.
It's chugging along.
That's could be good though, because if she contacted you 9-10 months ago, who knows? We'll be able to pull that number. Anyone else you can think of that she showed interest in or mentioned lately? Obviously, this Wood character who she used to date, she says she's shown interest.
I don't. And Cass, you have to ask Cass this who she told. She told somebody. Somebody has told Cass since all this has occurred that she said that she would leave Cass and go back to Jessica.
That's interesting.
Oh, I haven't heard that either.
Mm-mm.
I don't remember who Cass told her.
I can't remember if we talked about this when we had. We talked about a lot since we've been here. Guys that she may have been fooling around with. Does the name Justin or Jake or Jack or any of that sound familiar, like somebody she may have been talking to?
Never heard that name before from her.
Nothing like that. Somebody named Russell, maybe?
Last name, maybe?
Does she know anybody in Mobile?
Not that I know of. Not that she's talked to me about.
Now, I'm not super up to date on all these like dating websites and hookup sites, but to your knowledge, was she a part of any of these like hookup sites? Or
she's never mentioned them to me.
Do you know how her and Cass met?
I think they met through a mutual friend.
Have you ever known Taylor to be on the app Tinder? Has she ever talked about it?
She never talked to me about
Well, Plenty of Fish in particular.
Never talked to me about it.
If someone was
know anybody that would want to hurt her.
Who do you think would have the most to gain and the most motive doing it?
I mean, obviously Jeff is the only person really that has any real interest in. I mean, that's the battle that she's going through. But then, like I said, I hear from her that he's the violent one, and then I hear from what he's told Cass that she's the violent one. I don't know. I mean, Taylor's always been very one of those people that wants to appear tough, act tough. I mean, she, tells me about all the SWAT training she has and all her martial arts training and this and that, and, she's super badass and whatever. But that's how she wants to come across, Like, if you look at her life, it's like that. Like, if you're in her car, everything's tactical, everything's like,
yeah.
You know what I'm saying? It's all like,
yeah,
super whatever. And that's just how she wants people to see her. There's not a real soft side to Taylor. It's all.
So I was just going to ask, have you seen her soft side, her girly?
Yeah,
she's got to have a girly side.
I saw it once, and it was insane, and I told her this. It was the day, and it was just recently, the day that Cass's brunch for her birthday. And I don't know why she came by my house to change. I don't know how this occurred. Jack was furious about it because he's like, why is the bitch coming by here?
It sounds like, I don't even know your husband. It's like the 10 minutes I spoke with him. That's like
he holds nothing back. He has zero filter. It's just.
Most cops don't have a filter.
He has none.
Most cops don't.
And so I don't know why she didn't change at her house or whatever. It doesn't matter. But she comes by and she's like, hey, which dress should I wear? And I'm looking at her like, are you on crack? You don't wear dresses. And she's putting on these like dresses, and she has like 4 of them that she like just bought. And I'm like, what? You're gonna wear a dress? And that was really odd. I said it to her because I'm like, this is weird. I've never seen you in a dress or tried to look like a girl. I mean, most of the time she looks like a guy. She has on like board shorts, and she comes across like she doesn't ever appear like soft or womanly, or everything's just always hard.
Was she the controller of her and Cass?
Oh,
she'd be the dominant one.
For sure. She would probably not want it to appear that way, but 100% she. Because Taylor thinks that for sure she's smarter than everybody else. She just is that way. That's always the way that,
Well, she's trying to hide right now. She's doing a pretty good
pretty
job
smart. She's not the dumbest person I've dealt with.
Oh, I don't think she's dumb at all. But I mean, that's something that she will talk about. I mean, she's very proud of her intelligence. She's very proud of everything that she's done. She's very proud of being a cop. She's very, whatever. And I do remember now what she told me about that Niceville PD. Like, I guess she was on a case, and she made contact with some officer because I guess she was like hanging around some area or whatever. And she was like, she said to him, we're in the same field or something to that degree. And she told me that Niceville didn't hire her because she lied and said that she was in that field. I guess because he had made a complaint about her. Because I guess now Taylor will get very like aggressive about some things. Like, you can ask Cass, there was a situation where they wouldn't put bacon on a donut, and she goes, like, nuts about it. And like I said, like, at the bank that day, she was furious with those people because they wouldn't do what she wanted. And Taylor was telling me the story that, I guess that the contact she had with the officer or whatever was kind of pissy to some degree or whatever, and I guess he made a complaint because at the time that she was trying to get on there or whatever. So she's confrontational, but anything from donuts to whatever.
Do you know if she was trying to get on with the Florida Department of Law Enforcement?
She hasn't mentioned it to me.
You know if she has any friends that work there? She mentioned any FDLE or any friends she knows there? Contacts? Ever working for them? Doing any kind of work? Contract work for them?
Has she ever gotten an Uber for y'all?
No. I think they did in New Orleans, maybe? But the only time I ever used Uber was in Washington, D.C.
Who do you think paid for the Uber or ordered the Uber?
I have no idea.
And who all would have been the ones who would have ordered it? Who would have been out of who? Obviously you didn't.
So I was there. I don't know. She said that they were going out of town and they could take an Uber, but I don't know that they ever did it. I mean, they did have Cass's car. They drove Cass's car over there, so I don't know what they ended up doing.
Do you know if she has an Uber account on her phone?
I've never looked in her phone. She, like I said, she has it all locked down. But that's just the way she is, like everything. Like, she keeps her tampons in an ammunition box.
Alrighty.
Yeah.
Tactical.
All things tactical.
Yeah, you never know when, you know. That's awesome.
Where do you think we can find her?
I don't have a clue. My
What does your
best
gut
guess,
tell you?
my gut says Destin. I don't think she's far.
How do you think she would have gotten there?
I believe that she probably has more friends in Destin than she has told us about. I mean, she lived there for quite some time.
Has she ever talked about, like, how she would dispose of a body? Have y'all talked about any of that stuff yet?
No.
Taylor always jokes about, like, putting people in a pig farm.
What was that going to do?
I don't know.
I'll have a pig.
Your piggy.
But I met one.
He doesn't eat anything, but he's, like...
That was pretty cool.
It's this book. He was supposed to be this book.
From what I understand, pigs will eat humans if they're
I would believe it, because
chopped up and stuff.
my pig eats something all day long in my yard. And what it is, I don't know. Because he literally was like this, and then, like, 2 or 3 days later, his belly was like this. I mean, it looked like he blew up a balloon. I'm like, what is he eating? Because I'm feeding him, like, a handful of dog food. And he's like this. But he eats all day.
When did that happen?
I mean, just, like, recently. I mean, like, it didn't take him but, like, a month and a half to get like that. He went from, like, this to what he looks like now. I mean, he just, like, all day he eats something in the yard, but I don't know what it is that he's... I mean, I know they root around or whatever, but it's constant.
Watch your dog. You might.
Yeah, really.
Get the puppy.
He
Is that a
eats
dog you got?
2 labs.
There's plenty of food.
Yeah.
Anyone else you can think of that could maybe point us in another direction or maybe help us with even the smallest little bit of information that could lead into something else? I mean, because you've already provided some stuff that we didn't know, so any minor thing could really...
What is it? I don't know. I know that she told me that she wanted to go to Savannah, and for whatever reason, Cass didn't want her to go there. So there's somebody in Savannah that she knows, but I don't know who that person is or what their relationship is.
In Jacksonville, the city.
Yes. I didn't know anything about the Biloxi side of any of that. I've known her to date people in the Destin side.
I mean, how does she meet these people? How does she know that this guy that wanted to have a threesome, how do you know he existed?
I don't really know he existed. Like, the guys that she showed me on the phone that she was dating, I don't know that they exist. Maybe they're just... Like, I didn't see even any pictures of Taylor with them, just pictures of them.
Do you recall if it was like a text type picture, or if it was like a website background or Facebook?
They were both beach pictures. Both of the guys that she sent or showed me on her phone were beach pictures. So, and at the time she was living in Destin, so I just assumed that that's where they're from, because that's what's down there.
Yeah.
And she did say that they were Air Force guys, so I mean, that's just common down that way, you know, with Eglin being down there or whatever. It's just, it didn't raise any red flags. And I mean, like I said, like, she's been with Jessica Wood, those two guys that she said, you know, showed me pictures of or whatever. Cass. A doctor.
What was the doctor? Was he?
It's a she. And some other girl from South Florida. So that's like 7 people that I've known her to like date or be with, whatever, in the past year.
Who's this doctor?
I don't really know who she is. She, I think, lives in like New York or something.
Oh, Lord, okay. New York.
But I know that
she does.
I don't know what kind of doctor she is. Cass may know more about her. I think there's 2 or 3 Jessicas that she's dated. Because Cass will refer to them as Jessica 1, 2, or 3.
Let me ask this. How, when we talked to Cass earlier, she was telling me that I guess she started fooling around women after the divorce. Has Taylor ever told you, like, what age she figured out that, okay, she may be interested in women? Have y'all ever talked about that?
No. I mean, I kind of laughed at her because, you know, I just been like, Taylor, how do you know? I mean, like, my literal conversation was, I'm like, either you like Dick or you don't, and how do you not know that? And she's just like, well, I can like whatever. I'm like, no, how do you not know? I'm like, I have no questions. Like, you know, I like guys. It's just not something I've ever had to ask myself, you know? And I know that she goes for, I mean, because Jeff, everything I know about him is that he's like this big, sturdy, like, military guy. Well, typically, you wouldn't think that somebody that likes girls would go for somebody like that.
Right.
You know?
Yeah,
And so it's
very all over the place.
yeah, it's kind of confusing. And so I think, okay, well, and those are the guys that all girls like, you know, the big, like, super tough ones, the big muscles and pretty boy faces, or, you know what I mean?
Purple shirt.
Yeah, I mean, just, but, you know, I mean, so you think, okay, well, that's a typical girl thing, you know? And then here she'll switch and be like, no, but I like girls. And I asked Cass that maybe 2 days ago. I said, do you think Taylor is really a lesbian, or is she not? Or what is she? Because now that I've heard that she's told people that she's moving in with Cass and her husband, it appears to me that she's trying to hide that aspect of her life. And to somebody that was supposed to be very close to her, you know, I think, okay, well, you're that close to somebody, that's somebody that you could tell whatever, and they're going to accept you for whatever you're doing. And Cass was like, you know, I don't know, I think she's just confused and doesn't really know who she is. And I don't know, like, it doesn't make sense to me, because, and she couldn't really explain it. She's just like, I like both. And I'm like, well,
Even until recently, she's mentioned, obviously,
men.
you and another man.
Yeah.
So it's not like she changed her mind and was like, I'm done with that part of my life.
Right.
I'm now
Doing this.
strictly doing this thing.
Yeah.
She's obviously kind of
The girls that you've seen her with, and I may know Jessica Wood if I saw her, does she appear to be a real feminine woman, or does she appear to be more of like a muscular, fit? Because
Jess is fit.
Cass is not like the most feminine looking woman either.
No, but Jess is more feminine than Cass is. I mean, Jess has fake boobs, blonde hair. I mean, she's pretty. I mean, she's still kind of like Taylor tries to come across as being a badass, but she's a cop. I mean,
Sure.
so it's
just a
personality. Her dad's a cop. I mean, that's what she's from. You know what I mean? So she's not going to be like dainty girl, but she's pretty. And Jessica tries to look pretty. Like when I saw her at the wedding, I mean, she looked very dressed well, makeup. You know, I mean, she doesn't come across as like trying to look like a man or anything like that. Most of the people that she's told me about, like, have or seen her around, have been like prettier girls.
Just wondering, trying to figure out, from a big, strong, muscular dude to a girl.
Yeah, and there's a lot of folks that, we've been given names to or acquaintances, but we don't understand the friendship or relationship of said acquaintance. So, are they strictly that, acquaintances, or were they dating? Were they dating at one point? And that's what's one very difficult thing for this case.
And that's the problem, is I don't think anybody knows. I mean, Taylor appears to, now that I've learned all this stuff, just be this chameleon that, like, changes and shapeshifts to whatever person she's around and gives them whatever impression she needs to give them.
You know if she's bipolar or anything?
I know that she has gone to some sort of therapist. She did talk to me about that. I know that she has some sort of night terrors, or that's why she said that she was going to a therapist.
Right.
And I think she takes medication for that.
Does she suffer from some kind of PTSD by chance? Has she talked to you about that?
No.
You know what her night terrors are about? Has she ever opened up to you about that?
You said there was another farm up in the north end of the county. Can you elaborate on that? Or
it's just another aunt of mine has it.
You recall the road it's off of, or?
I can get it for you.
Yeah, if you wouldn't mind. I think I mentioned at the house earlier, but does Taylor know about that, or that it exists?
She's never been there.
Okay.
What farm do they go shoot guns or bows and arrows at? Do you know?
Who?
Taylor.
I don't know. I've never gone with her to shoot bows and arrows.
Have you ever heard her talk about going into some place, some land or something to shoot guns and arrows and all?
No, she's never mentioned it to me. I know that I saw when they were moving a bow and some arrows. There's some range she goes to somewhere in Milton, but I don't know where that is. Zach may know.
This is like a public range, or is this something like her and her buddies kind of made up?
No, I don't know either. But I know Zach shot with her before, is the only reason I think he may know that.
I'm going to check the phone again and see. See if we're close.
She never even mentioned the bow to me. I mean, like I said, I saw one when she was moving, but it's just, like, I don't even know what to think now. Like, I don't know whether to be worried about her, to be mad at her, to
We don't
be
either. Cass doesn't
whatever.
either. It's always, that's what Cass tells us anyway. So we don't know. This is a peculiar case in that, in a lot of fashions. She's got multiple sources of income, multiple sources of banking, multiple sex partners of both sexes. So we can't, if you find a list of individuals that I'm acquaintances with, you could know who I potentially, involved with or not, because, it's just how I am. But it's very difficult when you come across 30, 40, or 100 people who are acquaintances, and we don't know in what way they were acquaintances. And also, if someone's housing her or allowing her to stay there, why they would be untruthful, or why she would be untruthful, or why she wouldn't come forward. Why, in your mind, you know her, according to everyone else we've talked to, probably now better than anyone. You are, from what everyone says, closer to her than anyone else, including Cass. And that's from Cass herself. In fact, her own words is, I thought I knew her.
But see, and that's me too. And that's the weird part, because I've only known her for a year. I know what she wants me to know about her, but I don't know any backstory you know, I know what she's told me she's going through in this, like, recent history, but what the truth of old stuff is, I don't know. I mean, I don't even know her dad's name. I don't know.
And I guess she had mentioned him being dead, and then turned up he's alive.
Yeah. She told, I think, both Cass and I that he was dead.
If she were hiding from everyone, why would she be doing it?
My guess is she thinks Jeff is somehow going to put her in jail. And I don't know really why. Because everything that I know that they have issues with is civil issues.
That's everything that we know. I'm not aware of anything that he could do short of, like, planting a bag of dope in her pocket and calling the police. I mean, I don't, you know what I mean? I don't understand. Unless there's something else going on that I'm unaware of. As far as this whole safety deposit box, whether it's real or not real, or cashier's checks, trying to get some money, taking credit cards, adding money, there's no crime in that.
No, I mean,
it's all civil.
It's all civil what she's doing. It doesn't make any sense to me.
And that's the second time we've heard that today, is that she may think that she's going to jail, and I don't understand what she could go to jail for.
I don't either. And I don't know what she's that worried about.
I don't know. I don't know why she would be. But we have spent a lot of time and a lot of manpower on this. And if it turns out that you find out from anyone or her that is the case, that she is in fact fine and that she's just scared she's going to go to jail, just please FaceTime me and say, hey, I'm good, and then hang up. I don't care where you're at. I don't care if you're out of the country or...
Exactly. Stand against a white wall, whatever.
I don't give a damn where you're at. You just say, hey, I'm good, and I see you on the... I'm good. I'm out. And that's kind of where we're at. Our goal isn't to try to prove that she's done anything wrong. Our goal isn't to...
I mean, who cares?
We just want to find her. We want to obviously find her healthy. If she's got a drug problem...
Yeah, worry about it. Maybe the drug issue is where she's going with the jail thing.
Yeah, but I mean, it's not illegal to say you use drugs.
Right.
She can tell me...
Even if he could prove that he used drugs, at best, he could use it against her for custody issues, but he already has custody, more custody than she does.
Mm-hmm.
So, it doesn't make a lot of sense why he would battle it.
I mean, she could walk in here now and say, I'm high on heroin, and I couldn't arrest her for it.
No, because she has nothing.
It's possession of,
right.
It's not use of. So, you know, and if it turns out that she's like, hey, you know, she contacts you and she says, hey, please don't tell the police, but I'm good. Just, please, God, please just call me and let me know or text me.
Oh, sure.
I don't care what time of day or night, just please let me know, because a lot of people are getting involved with this. Poor Chad's got drugged into this. I'm sure he wants to be home with his family.
Oh, sure. Everybody does. Well, it's like, this is, you know, an inconvenience to me.
Sure, your husband's at home. He's, you know, you're waiting for him to cook for you.
All of this has been now, because, like, now I have to deal with all her junk at my warehouse. Now I have to, you know, we had to go have the truck moved and this and that, and she didn't do what she told me she was going to do with that, and empty it out and whatever. So it kind of dumps everything on everybody.
Sure.
And I mean, I hate that for Cass too, because now she is like,
she's
all this shit.
She's in a very odd position, because she wants to help, or she comes off as if she wants to help.
I genuinely think she does. It's just like when we talked about it before, you know, we told her, we'll get you help with the drug thing, and she tells us it's not a problem, she's not addicted to it, she's just done it the 3 times, whatever. And of course Zach is like, yeah, she's lying to y'all, are stupid. And I'm like, well, I don't know. Aside from Taylor's big at her skin is the only thing I've ever, like, and I didn't know if that was like an anxiety thing, which it can be. It can be a drug thing. It can be.
Which is an anxiety thing. If it is a drug thing,
right.
It's part of.
But you would see her. She would always be like sticking her face, sticking her arms.
Have you ever heard or thought she may be using methamphetamine?
I didn't think she was using cocaine.
Yeah.
But, you know, I don't know. I mean, I know meth messes up her teeth, and her teeth look fine.
That doesn't necessarily always have to, though.
But
Depends
she
on...
did, you know, I mean, and Cass could probably tell you more about that, but it seemed like for a little bit she had stopped, but, I mean, she was back at it, but, I mean, you would just sit there and kind of watch her, and she would just kind of, like...
Which is common with meth.
Just, like, you know, just all the time, just...
Have you ever noticed any needle marks, or...
You know, what they're looking for. I mean, that's the difficult thing about all this, like, half of this stuff, it's kind of like... in one ear out, because you don't know to even really pay attention or be concerned about it, because you don't know what's going to happen.
Yeah, when you're not around people, like, now, had you have been associated with, like, a prior ex or something that was a narcotics user, you know, those things may flag, but
right.
With you, I don't think that you've really been associated with...
Not enough to pay attention to.
Yeah, I mean, did she, like, frequently like go to the restroom a lot, or for longer periods of time than normal?
I didn't notice it, but I also didn't pay attention. Like, I just don't think about a lot of that stuff a lot of time, because typically I'm just doing what I have to do, you know. But Cassie told me that she spent a lot of time going to the bathroom. Like, it was very difficult for her, but I don't know. But I know
Cassie said that she had that Taylor
had some sort of issue.
Difficult time going to the restroom. Not like, I don't know what's going on with her. She's always in the restroom.
No.
Like a medical type. Okay.
Because she told us that she had cancer, and now we're kind of finding out that maybe she didn't have cancer.
Pre-cancer stuff.
Maybe something. Who knows? At this point, who knows how much of this stuff is real, because we're getting so much, and you've heard so many different things.
And that's the problem. Like, we've just been inundated with like a lot of crazy information about her that nobody knew.
Yeah.
What? This is Cass's phone. She's walking with us. What kind of letter is she talking about? She wanted to go take a picture of it. Looks like she couldn't get through to the box it was in because James' packing skills are so phenomenal.
Yeah. Something about I think she had written a letter to Cass after the incident occurred. And I think that's what she was looking for.
When you say incident?
After we had that discussion about the Biloxi and the cooking.
Honesty night.
Yeah.
This is commonly referred to as honesty night.
Yeah.
Okay. Now, did this Steve Williams guy call you from the Milton K9?
Mm-hmm.
I'm assuming that was the private investigator company she's talking about.
I don't know. I never got a call.
Yeah, you stay up late. This is 2 o'clock in the morning. She's texting me.
Just don't text me at 7. I'm much more of a nighttime person than a daytime person.
Really?
Yeah.
I miss those days. So latest I've been at work and it's been investigations.
I'm usually in bed by this time.
What time?
9:30.
9:30.
You guys are going to be starving.
Zach's going to be wanting to know what in the hell's going on.
I'm sure you understand. What is all these pictures of knives and guns that you text her? What is all that about?
That stuff we found in Taylor's car.
Where's all this stuff at now?
And the office.
Have you seen her guns before that?
No.
She never... So earlier you had said that you believe that she may carry or conceal carry?
Oh, she makes that no doubt to anybody.
Has she ever shown you? Hey,
Oh, yeah, she always has a gun.
Any of the guns that y'all found, are those, is that the same gun?
No, I've never. She usually carries a stainless gun that I've seen. Is the one that I've seen her with.
The silver type color. And we haven't found that gun. So, to our knowledge, she may still be in possession of said gun.
She usually has tactical knives and...
How was her attitude at the farm?
She really wasn't in a bad mood. The only thing that she ever got upset about was the thing with Jeff and the jail time. I mean, she seemed pretty okay. I mean, like, she was talking about going to that wedding on Saturday. Well, she was pretty upbeat about that.
What did y'all do out there?
We just went around and looked at the horses and the pigs and all the donkeys.
Were y'all together there the whole time? She never ran off?
She walked away. We were just kind of, I was looking at some of the horses and she would look at other things or whatever. We just walked around and came back home. We really just were killing time.
Okay.
Like, I didn't think she was, like, she would never appear to have done any, like, drugs then. And
Sure.
didn't seem, like I said, she had beer during the day, but.
Did she express any time that day that she didn't want to talk to Cass?
No, I mean, we talked about...
When she was upset, or I don't want to talk to her, she's been annoying.
Well, I mean, no. I mean, like I said, we had a conversation about, was she going to stay? And was this something that she could settle down and behave with?
Sure.
Well, what was Jeff told her to change your locks, prop a door up, put bells in the windowsill? What is that all about?
That's what I was telling you when we were downstairs.
Yeah.
Jeff was explaining to Cass, and Cass was really worried about it, that I guess there had been multiple times that there was a lot of violence or something between Taylor and Jeff. And so he had kind of scared Cass because he's like, if she has a key to your house, you need to change your locks, you need to do all this. And so Cass was pretty...
So I'm assuming she has a key to her house.
Oh, Taylor has it. Yeah.
How the farm, are these, like, pet animals, or you, like, ride the horses?
Oh, the horses are rideable. I mean, like my daughter spends a lot of time out there, too. They, do some rodeo stuff or whatever. I mean, the donkeys are just pets and stuff like that, but, the horses you can ride, and, there's a couple out there that aren't broke to ride, whatever. They're basically animal hoarders.
Mm-hmm. How does that work with it? You just hop on the horse and just go, or you have to have the little seat?
Oh, the saddles and stuff like that.
Do they keep all that stuff out there?
Oh, yeah.
Did y'all ride any horses?
She hopped on one, but, because some of them you can hop on bareback. Some of them are easier than others to deal with. They've got some old horses that are, like, super, super kid safe, and then they've got barrel horses, and...
I don't know nothing about horses.
But...
So she jumped up on one of the horses a little bit?
Sort of like, Taylor likes to be the, I can do all things kind of person.
Do you know who this Amy Bluestein person is?
I don't. I don't know a lot of the people that I've found out about lately.
Who is 910-934-9996? Is that the husband?
One's the husband, one I don't know.
910 is like North Carolina number.
One's the husband, I do know that. I actually...
Because she's talking to someone up here, and I guess she sent you a text message of a blip.
Oh,
Is that
That's
her
going to be
husband?
Barb. It depends on what the blip is.
It says I'm confused. What do you mean cheating on you? I thought you were married and she was living with you and your husband. And
Okay, that's Barb.
Okay, we might want to contact Barb.
That's the lady I was telling you about that works as a police officer. The one that told the...
What's Barb's number?
910.
Yep.
934 9996.
Okay.
That's the one I was telling you about that was supposedly very good friends with Taylor and is a police officer herself, and then she's the one that said that she didn't necessarily think that Taylor was fit to come back as an officer. And that is part of that, what I was telling you, that she said she was going to be living with Cass and Cass's husband.
Do you know if Barb has a Facebook?
I don't.
We could probably find on that phone number.
Yeah. Do you have a Facebook?
I do.
Do you communicate, or have you communicated in the past with Taylor on Facebook or Instant Messenger?
She may have, sent me something on Facebook, but I'm not a huge Facebook user. I've seen her pictures and stuff on Facebook, but...
When was the last time you communicated with anyone via Facebook? Like Messenger?
Oh, probably today on Facebook Messenger or whatever. Because there's a girl that my daughter's looking at another horse on there. And then, friends, if I see something funny on Facebook, most of the time the only person that I text on there is the lady that, with the horse, but most of the, funny stuff, instead of, sharing it on my page, I'll, send in Messenger, you can share, send in Messenger or whatever, if it's, a funny, meaning thing or whatever it is.
Yeah.
Or, an article or whatever, I'll send it to somebody. But my Facebook page is basically recipes.
Okay. There's another 910 number that I suspect is the child's. But the father's or ex-husband is apparently has that number.
Does anybody know where her number came from?
Where Taylor's?
Mm-hmm.
Well, one of them.
We know her number that everybody knows. We know where it belongs or who it belongs to.
Where were you under the impression that it came from?
She just told me that she was on somebody's plan, but I didn't know who that person was.
Did she ever say a name?
Say how she knew him.
I just thought it was odd because, most people get their own cell phone.
Yeah. Some people have too.
Yeah. But it's strange not to have your own cell phone. Why are you on somebody else's plan though?
Yeah.
I just was curious because it always, it will pop up as some sort of South Florida number.
Imagine that she has some kind of integrity issue with work. And that's why that's when she left working up there. At least that's what Barbara said. I think you read that. It's sent to you, right?
Yeah.
If she were to intentionally try to stay gone this entire time, and if that's what her intent is, that's what's going on. Do you think that she would have traveled to North Carolina to hang out with Barb, or do you think that Barb would be receptive and cool with that?
I don't know Barb, and I've never even heard her talk to Barb around me, but I would say no. Everything that she's ever said to me about Barb is that she was, I think her husband is in the military, and, Barb is law enforcement. She seems very straight-laced with kids, and I think they have a son, maybe sons that are similar age range. I know that she spent some time with her when she went up to take Drake back to Jeff this last time.
Is that the whole watching the cop incident,
Yeah, when
following
she
around,
did that,
meet me at Lowe's, no this Lowe's, no that
Right.
Lowe's. Okay.
I think the husband's number is 5578. Right?
Stand by.
Because there's text messages that you would have saw talking about. They found out that the Tyco private investigator account until 3 days prior to the final hearing. And
That is correct.
okay.
Have you spoke to Brian
No.
Mulback? Detective Mulback? Facebook detective?
No. The reason I looked at you funny is because I don't know. I think there's another Brian.
Oh, is there?
I don't know if that's what you're talking about, because I think that there's a Brian that has something to do with the Destin situation. It may be like Ray's husband or boyfriend or...
Connected to Rainey?
Mm-hmm.
How do you spell Rainey?
I guess R-A-I-N-E-Y.
And this is someone that she used to live with,
Yeah,
not date.
right. As far as I know.
So she likes screwing over health insurance companies? What it sounds like.
So we've heard. I knew that she told me that she had that big settlement, and that was part of that
Didn't she investigate insurance fraud?
Yeah, so she probably knows ways to.
How to do it.
Have you heard of that insurance check, that $250,000 check?
First I've heard of it.
That should be easy to find out.
Well, supposedly it's involved in the court stuff, because it's that was her complaint, is that it had been commingled at some point, and,
Let's see if that flows across now.
you know.
That's a lot of money.
It is.
$40 million.
But-
Decent.
I think she was in a bad wreck, and I asked Cass, do you know that she actually was in the wreck, and she said, yeah, she does have, like, some sort of issue, or she was in a wreck, but...
Her husband can confirm all that.
Oh, I would. Well, I'm sure the court records can, because, if they've listed as commingled, they have had to know about
I
it.
was curious where the $100,000 came from. He was a military guy. He's not going to make that much money.
Unless they've,
Who keeps
they've obviously dabbled in some real estate, which can be lucrative, but 100 G's cash is still
That's a lot of money.
substantial.
Yeah. And like I said, I don't know about that Atlanta house. That day that she left was the first time I'd heard about the Atlanta house. I can understand why you would want to pull your hair out, because, like, I want to pull mine out just with having to learn all this. Because you think you know somebody, you think you try to help them, and then you come to find out, like, you have no clue who they are. And it's just like, what? I let my child around this person, and I don't know,
Yeah. I know there's probably not much there, but where is your kid?
My child?
Yeah.
She's at my aunt's right now.
Has she ever been left alone, and maybe, how old is your kid?
She's 16.
Okay, so she's old enough
Yeah.
to talk and know what's going on.
Okay.
Do you think she would have any information, or do you think that she and Cass or Taylor ever had a talk or anything?
I think they have. Savannah confided in Taylor that she has had sex before. She doesn't want to tell me that.
I'm sure that was not a conversation you were looking forward to.
No. Not at all. Apparently it was just once, though, so I don't know about that, but, like, still, not what you want to hear as a mom. But it's probably been 3 months or so since Savannah has seen Taylor.
Okay.
But she did go to, I think the last time she saw Taylor was back in May. I think they went to Fiesta. And Savannah was with Cass and Taylor at Fiesta. They went to a parade downtown together.
Okay. I'll be right back. Chad, you get that, Chad? Is your husband looking for you?
Oh.
Probably worried about you. These things just sometimes take time. We want to go over every little thing and
Well,
trying to
this
get
is
that.
confusing. I mean, it's hard to piece it together.
It is. There's a lot of, and like I said earlier, you've provided a lot of information that we didn't know. We didn't know where the money came from. We didn't know whether she took the money from Jeff or if she got the money from somewhere else and told Jeff, hey, it's from work. Jeff wasn't. I couldn't talk to Jeff at the time earlier at when I wanted to. So we had no clue. We didn't know whether we needed to start looking at someone that she may have like ripped off somewhere. Or is that a possible lead? I mean, and so now it comes out that this is possibly, who knows, if this is money from an insurance settlement, or is that something you were told?
Right.
So we'll look into that. Jeff should be able to confirm or deny, or we can subpoena court records and figure it out.
Yeah, I mean, that should, like, based on what she's told me, I would think it's in the court record somewhere, or at least, I mean, then there's no reason for Jeff not to say one way or another.
No, I'm sure he will once he's available. I'm interested to know if that's the case or not, if that's factual. Because it's the first time I've heard of anything about a crash, anything about $250,000. First it was 30 cash, and then it was maybe a few cashier's checks, and then it was like 20 now cash with a lot of cashier's checks, a fairly substantial amount.
Exactly.
And then I heard something about $100,000, and then now I'm hearing $250,000. So you can see where we're.
The whole thing. I mean, it's just so convoluted. And who knows? Like, that's the thing. Like, everybody gets a different piece of some sort of something.
Well, she's going around telling all of y'all different things.
Right.
And we go around and we ask all y'all these same questions.
Right. And then you get 18 different
so
answers.
we're getting all these different things, and they're not matching up with what this person said. And it's not that we necessarily believe that you're being untruthful. It's because I think that you were provided different information.
And that's the problem. I think everybody was. It's just like that with her saying, like, I'm moving in. Or she told someone she was building a house. She's not Cass. She said she was building a house. And then she told somebody else that she's moving in Cass and her husband. Cass doesn't have a husband. She's lesbian. And she's with Taylor. And then somebody else is, or like I know that she's moving in with Cass and Cass is building a house. And everybody knows, like, some sort of fraction of something that, and none of it makes any sense.
And that's why we have to talk to every single person and go through these things so detailed, because each person may have one little small piece that could end up giving us a clue on as to where she may be, or hopefully she's fine. Hopefully she's fine, but it's not. I don't care who you are. We all have our backgrounds and things that we feel that we're comfortable in handling our own and being able to take care of ourselves. But at the end of the day, it's not safe for anyone to walk around with $20,000 of cash.
No, especially in a drug situation, if you have any link to that.
Because
that's what people would be looking for.
I don't care how much training you got. There's always someone out there, and there's
Tougher
always
than you, that's whatever.
There's always a situation you can be put in that I don't care how tough you are. There's no one that can get out of it.
No.
And cash is, a lot less. I've seen people do a lot of worse things.
They'll rob you and kill you for $5.
For a lot less money.
I mean, how many,
food,
gas stations?
Food stamp cards. Food stamp cards.
Yeah, I guess you can sell those as the new commodity.
There's all kinds of things.
I heard that just the other day. I was shocked. Apparently, you can like buy like $200 worth of food stamp cards for like $100 or something.
Mm-hmm.
Because I'm like, how are these people getting around this? And they're like, oh, they sell them. And I'm like, oh.
Yeah.
Okay.
So we have to track all this stuff down. Obviously, whenever you get that information about that other farm,
Okay.
we'll gladly take that and see what we can do about getting out there, sending someone out there. And when you do send, if you could send the contact information for the property owner.
Sure.
We're not in the business of going on people's property without permission.
Gotcha.
Now, these people, are they local? And
Mm-hmm.
the aunties or aunts?
Yeah, they are local.
Okay. So if need be, they may be willing to meet us and
Oh, I'm sure.
kind of show us around. I don't want to get eaten by some pig. Yeah.
I think you'll be fine. There's no vicious thing.
So we will. We need that. Are there any other? You said that she left property at your house sometimes. What stuff is hers is at your house?
I don't have anything of hers at my house anymore. Everything is at my office.
To your knowledge, are there any electronics at your office?
That I don't know. You have to ask Cass.
Laptops, tablets, desktops,
We found
phones.
a tablet in her car, and Cass took that in and I think charged it. Like a iPad thing. And then I think Cass has a couple laptops of hers.
Cass has a couple laptops of
Taylor's.
Two?
Mm-hmm.
Are you certain of those of two laptops? Hey, Chad. Sorry, they're trying to get another machine up, see if it'll pull it quicker.
Do you want me to leave it with you?
It's up to you.
I mean, I can.
It's entirely up to you. That's actually what another individual did, and we are going to contact that individual as soon as we can get it off, whether tonight or tomorrow, and arrange whether they come down here or we bring it to them. We're cool with whatever. We'll be back in here bright and early, and we can do that.
That's fine with me.
Okay. Let me holler at him, see if he's got anything else. And, yeah. We're good with that. You're good with that.
Yeah, just let me give you Zach's number, and that way you can contact me.
This is his whole case.
Good luck.
Oh,
Anybody, what a nightmare.
okay. Go ahead.
850-554-1571.
Okay, perfect. I'll walk you down. Thanks for coming up here. I know. I hope this doesn't cause problems to you back.
Oh, no.
That wasn't at all our intentions.
All right.
Is that her? That's her phone.
I don't know. And that's
It
what I was
looks like
hoping. That's what I was hoping to get from you. Did she have an iPhone 6?
I have a Droid, so I don't. An Android, so I don't know the difference between all the iPhones. But that looks like the phone.
Did she have a case on it, or
She did. She had a black and red Zumi case. It said Zumi on it. Zumi.
Okay. Did you ever know the passcode on it?
She had fingerprint. She had my fingerprint on it too.
Okay. Because this phone was found over the weekend, and it's not powering on. I've had it hooked up on the charger for about 2 hours, and it's not coming on. Do you know if she had any broken phones, or?
She had a broken phone, but that was at my house, and I gave that to Detective Gigliotti, and they weren't able to get that on either. Her phone was working.
No relation from what I can tell so far.
Okay. Starting to look bad.
What do you mean?
So I just got a call from Cass.
Yeah.
Cass said that, Ashley had been talking to her, like she's been talking earlier in the investigation. She'd been calling her and talking to her, and she had told her that, just like she told us, that she had a brown duffel bag and a black backpack when she last saw her. She believed that the money was in one of those bags. She wasn't sure. Cass said that since then, I think recently, we located a brown duffel bag and a black backpack that she believes is the same backpack that Ashley's referring to.
We located it?
Apparently it was at the house. It was in the vehicle and at Cass's house. And so Cass was like, and it's like, those are bags she commonly used. She would keep clothes in one of them.
Well, yeah, Lisa was telling me that last night. That I was like, what are you talking about? I was like, I thought she was running around with those the whole time. And she said, no. She apparently, I don't know where she heard this, but the bag, the tactical bag she carries, I guess, is at the warehouse.
One.
She has more than one, maybe.
One, yeah. One was at, like, Cass's, and when they were gathering up all the stuff, it got taken to the warehouse. The other one...
When did they gather up all this stuff? When she was mad and was taking it all?
Like the 11th. She just told me.
So Cass was mad, and so she's like, I'm getting rid of all her stuff?
No, Cass wasn't mad. She was getting ready to sell her house, and she still was in the process of that. And she was having people come in, and there was like all these boxes piled up. Initially, when Taylor told her, she said, hey, I got a couple boxes.
Okay.
You gotta bring over.
Okay.
And then there's this box truck that rolls up this fucking wall to wall. And she's like, oh shit. And she starts pouring shit in. and she can't have people come looking at her house because all these boxes. So she's like, I gotta get this box truck going too. So they just shoved all the boxes back in there and took all the shit over to Ashley's house or Ashley's warehouse.
Yeah. Oh, got it. Okay. So Cass called and said, "There's a bag."
She's like, hey, that bag, I just put two and two together. That bag that Ashley's been telling everyone that she was last seen with, the brown duffel bag and the black backpack, is the stuff, the bag she kept her clothes in, one of them. The other one she carried around all the time. Like, Ashley knew this. Ashley knew those bags. And those bags are at Ashley's warehouse. One's over there, and I think one was in the car or something like that. So, Ashley's possibly lying about her having bags, trying to make us think that she was... I mean, Ashley keeps throwing more information, like she believes Taylor's run off, and we cannot confirm any of it. It's like, oh yeah, Ashley had a bunch of gift certificates, or Visa gift cards she was buying, like a couple weeks before she went missing. She was telling me that. So did you see her buy them? Were you with her when she bought? Oh, no, I just assumed like Walgreens or something, but I don't know. No proof of it. Taylor just told me she was buying a bunch of gift cards. And then the backpack shit. I mean, she keeps throwing information out to make us think that she's missing, that she's run off. And we can't prove any of that.
That's weird. Has Ashley reached out to you today?
I just got off the phone with her earlier. Actually, like 5 minutes ago, 10 minutes ago, I talked to her. But I'm not saying any of that shit. I'm just saying, hey.
Yeah, no. I saw on Cass's page this morning, this girl, Michelle Work, she's an investigator over at ECSO. She commented, she said, hey Cass, call me. I tried to send you my number on Facebook, but it wouldn't work. And then Cass said, anyway, Cass said, how am I supposed to call you if I don't have your number? And then there was no other comment. I'm like, why is the county getting involved in this? And maybe they're friends, I don't know.
She's a deputy detective at the county?
Yeah, she might be friends and just trying to like talk to her and see what's going on. Who knows?
I told her not to fucking tell anyone anything.
Oh, that's good. You told her to shut her mouth.
Fuck yeah, she's like, I have since we had our discussion. I have since then. All that stuff all that was beforehand. I'm sorry, I was naive.
Yeah. Has she talked to Ashley anymore? They haven't talked at all.
So we have Ashley's phone, and
she has another phone though. I didn't know.
Yeah, but she doesn't. Ashley doesn't have Cass's number in her phone.
The other thing I was thinking. When they said they were going to the Wells Fargo for the safes and bank boxes and all that stuff, and so, I looked up that phone number, the 944 number for the Wells Fargo, and that was for that Mobile Highway branch. And it said that at that location, it said on the website it had bank boxes and whatnot. I asked Lisa, I said, did you guys ask if Ashley had a box? And she said, no, they didn't. And I said, well, what about maybe the box was in the business's name? I don't know if they do that. She's like, I don't know, we didn't ask.
Well, they had said, Wells Fargo, from what I understand, said that they didn't have any. They had stopped doing boxes a couple weeks before they closed.
Okay. So, and the other strange thing, I told Lisa the same thing, there was something significant about that branch that they had to go there.
Yeah, it was her friend that she knew.
Yeah, and we don't know who the friend is.
Mm-mm.
We don't know who Ashley's friend is that works at Wells Fargo.
Mm-mm.
And we couldn't get
A guy?
It was a guy.
A guy.
I was like, which doesn't seem crazy because they have a business. They have had several businesses. They probably got to know the members there and probably,
Yeah. Plus, they just flat out know a lot of people.
Yeah, exactly. He was just telling me something new and twisted. Come here, Nugget. Come on over here. Don't you look adorable? Look, she can't stay away. She just loves it too much.
Mama, what you doing? I thought you was off today.
I am Boohead. Come down.
She had to come in here and see
I
what's
didn't
going
want
on.
to, but I did.
You need to go enjoy your day off.
Alright, I gotta go, but it ain't gonna be an indoor. I gotta go to Hank, I gotta go to Apple.
Can I get a little bit of that?
A little bit of time,
Tell him what Cass just called and told you. Tell her, I mean.
I'm
This-
sitting on the edge.
You were over there. So the duffel bag and the backpack.
Right, I told
Do
you.
we have one of those?
Yeah.
Are they both in the?
Okay. The duffel bag that she uses for clothes and stuff is in the vehicle.
And then the tactical black backpack
It's
is
not
in
black.
the warehouse.
It's not black.
Gray.
It's like desert color. You know that? You know, like,
Camo color, like sand.
yeah, but not camo.
She
Like
said.
color, yeah, like khaki.
She called it brown.
She paused Bob.
Hey, she said.
She said a black gray. She said a black and gray backpack, and a tan duffel bag, and a second cell phone that she had never seen before.
Yeah,
Taylor.
well, she's fucking weird. Oh, yeah, listen to her.
Well, I know, but that's significant because why is she? And apparently, according to Cass, Ashley knows this. This is the common bag that Taylor always uses. Why is Ashley telling me that she was last seen with those bags, and yet
The
they're in her
bag,
fucking car?
the bags
She never
are
even
there.
had them that day.
Which makes sense because the jewelry was left in the car
the
too.
one bag, the backpack. She says if you watch the video on her from her computer where Taylor had made her like a little birthday video, she said there's one of the slides is her cat sitting on that backpack, and that backpack is in the warehouse. We need to get that shit out of the warehouse.
That's what I told Chad earlier. We need to go do that today.
I wonder if there's. I'm about to run the tag radar on all three of Ashley's cars. I almost thought she had two. There's a black Jeep, the silver F-250, and then a white Jeep.
A silver Jeep?
There's a black Jeep, a white Jeep, and a silver F-250.
Which one does she primarily drive?
She primarily does a black Jeep.
Yeah, I mean, I don't know. I
The
believe her
silver
to say.
truck is supposed to be husband's.
Right, the big one.
And the white Jeep, I don't know. I haven't. Yesterday, though, we went to the house, and there was no cars there. The silver F-250 was there. The white Jeep and black Jeep was
Oh, you know what? Her daughter's 16, right? Drives, probably. It's probably maybe her daughter drives it.
Maybe.
Yep. Because I heard through the grapevine that Zach was pissed off because she bought her a nice car. And she's a piece of shit, the little girl. She don't do nothing.
Isn't that Zach's daughter?
No.
Ashley's daughter. Okay.
So no court today, huh? Well, you look rough. You look tired of hell. You want me to go get you some to drink? Some baboon?
You want to give me? I wish I knew. I would have to get me a Red Bull. My eyeballs are falling out.
Why? You stayed up late.
Trying to be a pet detective. Looking up all this shit.
I did see I was at home fucking on TLO on my phone, fucking running shit.
Reading past the stuff, or little comments.
All the running through Facebook.
I got into that last night.
Yeah, and then I was like checking all.
All that was done Sunday. Though. Since then, I do think Cass is on board with us with shutting the fuck up.
Yeah.
Well, she was adamant yesterday because she has this friend who used to be a police officer, and that friend is telling her, well, it's not protocol for them to just come get your vehicle like that. And I was, hey, Bookie,
What you doing here?
I had to come to town.
I heard your voice. I'm like, I thought you were off.
Well, I was, but I forgot to get James medicine.
I thought take that girl and show the court.
She dead, bro.
Huh?
Dead.
I think she's gone.
Oh yeah.
Dead. I'm gonna tell you where she's at because they had a week to figure this shit out, and they're like,
They didn't know they had a week though.
no,
Didn't mind.
no, but they're gonna say, oh yeah, we went horseback riding for an hour, and so they took her out there and killed her, and they're like, well, shit, what are we gonna say when they ask, oh, we went horseback riding for an hour? She's gonna be somewhere. That phone's gonna ping out there. She's gonna be somewhere heading that ping.
We can't have anybody on the phone.
No, she sent the Verizon yesterday. We won't know that for another week or two probably.
Did
They somebody can call and
you
get
can call? You can call. Start
it.
building.
Call
I mean-
FTLE. I think somebody at FTLE have like a.
Wait a minute.
Jeff said he can call us and try to sweet talk him.
Yeah.
Where the hell is he?
He's working off duty somewhere.
She has a friend at FDLE too. Ashley does.
Yeah.
I don't know her name.
Yeah, they have a couple friends over there.
We got a guy that does the actual. We'll call her and see.
They do have a couple friends over there.
But we need to, and that's the thing, because she knows so many people in
They
law
know
enforcement.
I wouldn't call FDLE. I would call.
Don't we have to send it to FDLE?
Yeah, FDLE.
They're the ones who will analyze the
Yeah,
records.
the FDLE is not in charge. Well, and I guess
But the
they
person
already
that's
sent
And we're pinging, keep in mind, we're doing a historical on Ashley's phone too.
Right, that's what I'm saying.
We'll
I'm trying to
do
remember.
But who probably is going to do the phone, the historical, and like analyzing the records would probably be Chris Kirkland or Jen Spires, and those were not, I don't think, the names that were.
But who do we, when we get it back? No. Who do we send them to over there that sends them to Verizon? I haven't done it.
It's not. It's
We
not.
sent them to Verizon first.
It's not Mike Janikowski. They'll send FDLE.
Gig.
We're supposed to copy it.
Right. But
Hey,
when
what
we
up?
get the search warrant, we send a search warrant to FDLE. And FDLE.
Oh, yeah. Did you need to be let in the report?
Right. Correct.
Who's that?
It was. It's not Janikowski anymore. It's
I think he quit moving.
he just got
Okay.
Is it,
And obviously, with the, this goes without saying, but I have to say it. Because of this investigation and where it's looking like it's going, we can't speak to anyone about this investigation. There are, we don't know for certain, but there may be individuals related in law enforcement that could potentially know a suspect if this turns into a homicide. So, super on the sneak.
is that recording right now?
The fish in the fish tank.
Okay, so, just so I understand. Cash, you there?
Yeah.
Okay. Just so I understand, there was a shotgun of Taylor's that was wood grain, or had wood grain on it, and that is being held over in the warehouse, to your knowledge?
That's correct.
And you saw it there?
Correct. That's correct. I was the one who put it there. It was in my house, and when I packed up everything of Taylor's, it got put in the box truck. I physically moved it out of the box truck, and it got put in the warehouse.
And then there was, after the fact, on the 14th, there was 2 other guns located in the Durango?
That's correct. Because as I was going through unpacking the box truck, I was trying to find the keys to her car. And that's how I came across the keys to her car.
Okay, and where were these guns at in the Durango?
One was on each side of the center console. One was tucked in between the driver's seat and the center console, and one was tucked in between the passenger seat and the console. They were sticking out so that you could see the handle. You could peek in. If you ask Officer Gabowski, he was the one who came to my house on the 10th, the Sunday of the 10th, and he looked in her vehicle. I don't know if he can recall having seen them, but he made a comment to me about how there's so much crap in her car. If he saw all that crap, he had to have seen those guns because they were in plain sight.
Okay. And then those guns on the 14th were then given to Ashley, and Ashley took them where?
She said she was putting them in her safe because I didn't want them in my house.
Any reason why she did not want to put them in the storage with the shotgun?
No.
Okay.
I need advisors.
I want to tell you one more thing too. I went back to the warehouse after I unloaded everything. I asked Ash. There was a letter that Taylor had wrote to me. I was in a notebook, and I asked Ash. It was a letter that just made me cry.
When was this letter written?
I think it was written sometime the first week of August, second week of August. It was after what we're calling that honesty night.
Okay.
She was like, "Why do you love me so much? I know why I love you and everything, and how she never wants to lose me." And
okay.
so I went back to go to find that letter. I thought I knew what box exactly it was in, So I tried to get to, and it wasn't in there, so I put stuff back and just ended up leaving. I never found the letter. I never got it. I don't remember what box it is in. I thought I remembered, but I didn't. And I wasn't going to try and go through all that stuff because it packed in there way too tight.
Okay, fair enough. How often and how many times do you recall Ashley being around Taylor when she had that backpack and or that duffel bag?
I mean, Taylor almost always had it with her.
Both of them or just one?
Like whenever we went to New Orleans, she had the black and gray backpack. Taylor would come over to Ash's house often, and she would always have that brown backpack at least.
The brown duffel bag, or is it a backpack?
No, the brown one is a backpack. Like you stick it over your back. It looks like a back. It's like what a kid would have at school, but the material and the grade of it looks like a military issued one.
Okay, and then the black and gray one that you said that, or the one she took to Biloxi, which one was that?
The one. No, not. She took it to New Orleans.
Or New Orleans.
That's the black gray Oakley bag. It's like a duffel bag, which you would stick over your shoulder.
Okay, I got you. All right.
But there were times where I don't know for a fact, but I mean, I think Taylor would stay the night sometimes over at Ash's house, or I don't know how often Ash saw the black and gray backpack, but I know she's seen it because Taylor took it at least with us to New Orleans, and Ash was there. But I know Ash saw that brown backpack all the time because Taylor always had that one.
And that one that she always had is where now?
That's at Ash's warehouse.
Okay. Okay, so the brown backpack is at the warehouse.
That's correct. It's even on the inventory sheet that I typed up that as soon as I get back to my office and I'm at my computer, I will send that to you. I'm at Washington High School right now. I have to help a teacher.
And also on the 14th.
Hey, the day I went back to the warehouse to look for that letter, by the way, was September 17th. I text her at 3:51 p.m. and I said, "Is James at the warehouse? If so, can I swing by? I want to take a picture of the letter. I know where it is. If he isn't, it's no big deal." She goes, "Yes, of course he's there." I said, "Thanks." I said, "No problem." 3:54 said, "I'm headed there." 4:25, I said, "I couldn't find the letter. Everything is packed in too tight. Not a big deal. I was just thinking there's something in the letter that she would have alluded to about what she's going through." And she said, "Oh, okay." And I said, "Oh, well, James has it packed well and I didn't want to ruin it. I'll look at the inventory and see if I noted where it was."
Okay.
I just want you to know I went back.
No, that's fine. That's all. It's all good. When the guns were located, who found these guns?
Not Taylor. Ashley.
Were
but
you?
I mean, it was obvious. We both already knew where they were because we both had put our eyes up to the window, and you could see them. So as soon as you opened the door, you knew where at least the two guns. We didn't find any other guns in the vehicle, but Ash found 4 knives. I didn't find any of the knives. Ash found all 4 knives, and I mean that's
whose idea was it?
Which was in front.
Whose idea was it to search the vehicle?
It was mine.
Okay, that's fine. And y'all searched it together, right? You and Ashley?
That's correct. I wouldn't say it was a thorough search. We just thought that Taylor, that was the only place that Taylor would deem possibly as I hate to use the word sanctuary, but she was the only one who had access to her vehicle, whereas before she was renting a room for somebody or she was moving in with me. So I didn't know if, because that's her vehicle, if she would have kept something in there that she may have thought that nobody would be able to get to and see and find out. So that was why I went through the vehicle to look and see if there was something in there that she thought that nobody would be able to get to because she had it locked. There was nothing in there except for those 2 guns, the 4 knives. She had a couple of prescription medications in The center console, the armrest thing, those were left in the vehicle. Nobody took those out.
Okay.
The only thing that was removed from the vehicle were the 2 guns and the 4 knives. Oh, and the spare keys that were found in the driver's side door.
Okay. When it came to actually taking the pistols, whose idea was that?
I told her I didn't want them. I told her I didn't want anything to do with them because I have nowhere to put them. I don't want weapons in my house. If Taylor comes back, I didn't know what kind of state of mind Taylor might come back in.
Sure.
I'm hearing a lot of things from a lot of different people, so I was afraid. So she said that she had a safe and she would put them in there.
All right, let me go back through this. And so the brown backpack right now is in the storage. The black duffel bag is where now?
It's in her car in the Dodge Durango.
Okay.
It's like kind of in the back seat.
And to your knowledge, that's the same duffel bag that she always had, or she commonly used.
That's correct.
Okay. Have you ever seen her with another duffel bag or backpack?
There may have been one more cami kind of military type backpack.
Where is that at?
Not like, I don't know. I haven't found it.
What color was that? You say cami. Is that like green? Green?
No, it wasn't green. It was a brown, I want to say, but what I'm trying to remember is it had like that digital print on it. I would have to actually, like the way I remember that other, hold on, let me think. I'm trying to think of the times, like there's been many times when she's asked me to help carry her backpack in, and I'm like, dang, these are heavy. Yeah, there's, I believe, I'm about 95%, maybe 90% certain that there was another military kind of issued backpack. I can't remember if it wasn't, I'll call it being, it wasn't green, it wasn't like a dark green. If it was anything, it was like that, the digital print that had, like the light digital print, not the blue, but the...
Like white, gray?
No. Like brown, light green,
I got
light
you.
browns.
Okay.
It was either that or it was another solid khaki colored military backpack. I can't remember. But I want to say now she did have 2 backpacks that did go over your back. One of them's at the warehouse. The other one I still haven't found yet.
Okay. Here soon we may contact you again about coming and meeting back up with you. I mean, so far you've been super helpful, and I can't stress enough how much we appreciate it. It really does make this a lot easier and a lot smoother, and it speeds things up. But we may contact you here about looking back at any other property that's left at the house. And I would probably be involved with that myself. So just keep that in mind. So and again, anything we discuss, anything you tell me, please just keep it between us from now on. This is, there's a lot of good information we're getting right now, and I don't want any of that to be destroyed or tainted in any way. So. And again, I appreciate it. And if I have anything else, I may call you back here in a little while. And I'm sorry to keep calling you.
No, please. I was just telling the assistant superintendent, Dr. Alex Scott, Taylor's office. I told them everything because I don't want, I will push too hard to get to my career, and I want to be transparent with my supervisors and everything, and they're very supportive. So they told me anytime I need to talk to you guys or anything I need from them, just to go for it. They're fully behind me. So I'll apologize for calling you. A lot of people are very aware, and they're telling me I need to take care of the things I need prosecutor's like number one priority right now.
Okay, and like I said before, I appreciate that, and our number one priority is Taylor. Period. We get, of course, cases every single day, and that. As far as I'm concerned, this takes precedence over everything right now. So, we will continue to work this, and I'll be in touch. Okay.
Thank you, sir.
Yes, ma'am. Oh, one more question. Have you ever seen Taylor with any other guns?
No, I have not.
Okay, thank you.
Yep.
Yeah?
What's up, buddy?
Hey, Chad?
Hanging in there?
Yeah, so, just got off the phone with Cass. Did Ashley say anything about a silver gun or chrome gun? Was that where that information came from?
I don't remember. In our interview?
I thought so.
She said there's pictures of those guns.
Now, Cass said that she took pictures of those guns. She's going to send them to me, but she said the only gun she ever knew of Taylor being that owned or was in possession of during their relationship was 2 black semi-automatic pistols and a shotgun with wood grain on it.
Oh,
The shotgun. She just told me that.
Oh.
She said the shotgun, as far as she knows, she put in Ashley's warehouse, and to her knowledge, should still be there.
Who put it in Ashley's warehouse?
Cass put the shotgun in. Cass.
In that truck?
That truck was taken over there on the 12th or 11th.
And I wish I had my meeting with the fraud guys at the same time this meeting has been going on.
Yeah, so the 11th, the box truck was loaded and taken to the warehouse. On the 14th, Cass went over there and unloaded the box truck into the warehouse. Cass did it at Ashley's warehouse. She took an inventory list. She's going to send me the inventory, and it should be on the computer that we don't. Is what she told me. But,
You get her to calm down, son?
a little bit. Thanks.
Fucking killing this dude.
So, apparently, she had talked to the aunt who lives in the Northeast. The aunt said she just got off the phone with someone who was interviewing Mike Wood or Officer Wood from PPD about this case.
Probably some media person.
Maybe.
Well, that's the only person people he's going to talk to.
So,
He knows just refer him up to us.
yeah. But what I'm getting at, the other 2 guns on the 14th, Cass and Ashley searched Taylor's car. Cass's idea. During the search, Ashley found 2 semi-automatic pistols, one tucked on in the driver's seat between the driver's seat and the center console.
That's what all those knives are in there too, right?
Yes.
We have those pictures somewhere. I've seen those pictures on somebody's phone. Do we have Cass's phone downloaded?
Yeah.
I think they're on that.
They were. They should have been.
Right.
If it pulled.
Cass's phone that should have pulled, right?
Yeah, Jeff said it did.
Is that what you're looking for in those pictures?
Well, I'd like to see them, yeah. So, the only other 2 guns that have ever communicated
It's pretty catchy. Doggo. Make you want to dance right here on the front porch.
I think you went about 50 G's.
That's expensive. Maybe not. Hi.
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 How are you?
How are you?
Detective Gigliotti. This is Detective Will.
Grab some clothes on really quick. I'm just jumping out the shop.
Yes, ma'am.
Please do.
Please. Well, broke my ankle on your passenger door, so nothing else. We got that from this trip.
Broke your ankle?
I'm pretty sure. It hurts.
How'd you do that?
I closed the door with my foot still in your car.
That's awesome.
My body was outside of the car. It doesn't feel good. So, yeah.
Don't milk this workman's comp thing. Said we workman's comp fraud, and I don't want to go get you for that.
Yeah. You do it for the department?
Hey man, we do whatever's best for the police department. That's what I tell them.
I'm with you.
I'm gonna have to find a way out of here because I get turned around in this neighborhood every single time.
I got you.
Just go
Spent some
reverse.
time over here the other day.
Hi.
Hi, how are you? It's
Good, how are
okay.
you?
I'm Detective Will Height.
Ashley, nice to meet you.
Detective Bigliotti. So I spoke to you earlier about coming over and talking to you and maybe see if you'd let us take a look around.
Oh, sure.
Is this your husband?
Yeah.
How are you, sir? What's up?
Yes, sir. How are you? Chad Will Height.
I mean, I used to be deputy. I mean,
How you doing?
Yeah, some people were telling us, and I was like, I'm trying to think if I can put a name with a face.
Zach McCarthy.
So yeah, that's where we're at. We just got to cover bases. We got bosses that ask us questions, and we got to be able to give them answers. Obviously, at this point, we don't really know much, so we got to follow the steps.
Gotcha.
Do you have cats?
No.
Maybe it's from
Probably from the other place.
Cassandra's house. Those cats have like messed with my sinuses.
Yeah, I'm
Oh, yeah.
They're killing me.
Did you want to show us? Did you mind showing us around? Okay.
Sorry, buddy.
No, you're all right. We're not fighting roaches off of us. I mean, it's a good thing. It's a good day.
So what's the deal? I mean,
So, right now we have an individual that was reported missing. Yeah. At this point, from what I understand, she was last seen here, and we just got to make sure, she's not here.
She's one. You're
Yeah.
welcome to look at her.
How often did y'all hang out?
I saw her lately more than he did.
yeah, we became friends because of me. We were both private investigators, and I just figured, from being a cop for so long, I knew something was up with her, and I figured that she had a dough problem, and I don't associate with that.
Sure.
So I cut it all. I quit talking to her, and then she kept talking to my wife, and she just is she's a weird chick, and I've been telling her, I'm like, and we just, something's up with her, and I quit talking to her.
We used to stop talking to her completely after she came here. One day, Taylor, it's been about a month ago, she called. I was in Orange Beach. She was like, I've done something bad. I've got to talk to you. Okay, what is it? It can't be that bad. What's wrong?
So your version of bad, my version of bad. Right. Okay.
Right, and I'm like, I'm thinking, what is the big deal? It can't be that bad. She just goes on and on and on. In fact, I had a friend of mine, Audrey, was with me, and she's like, just hurry. And we leave our alarm out, which probably shouldn't, but we just do, And so she's like, I'm at your house, just come here. I'm like, okay, I'm coming as fast as I can. We'd actually we were eating when she started all this, and I'm like, I'm on my way, but we're in Gulf Shores and we're coming. So when I get here, she's on the couch, and at this point, Cass had already arrived, and Cass is in here, she's telling us, about her drug problem and this girl, and
OXC and whatever else. And I'm thinking, what does this have to do with me? But now I'm like an intermediary just sitting between all this going on here. I'm like, and then I told him that she had, you know, admitted to the cocaine and stuff like that. And he's like, I told you, blah, blah, blah. I'm like, I don't know. I don't know what I'm looking for, you know?
Yeah.
So the night they had to sit down and put all the business out.
Mm-hmm. And it was supposed to be getting better. I mean, she told us that she had only done cocaine the 3 times. And then, of course, I told him that, and he's like...
It may be cocaine, but I think it may be heroin, too. She just doesn't... And she just disappears in the bathroom for a long time. I mean, coke don't take that long. You know, she stays up for days. And we both were working for Greg Cedars. And, you know...
The only thing I ever noticed is we took her to an Alabama game last year. And she had a bag. And she just kept it like super close. Like it was almost like over the top, like holding on to it, you know. We were in Walmart and I think I said something to you. I mean, it was just like, I'm like, what is the deal? You know, because you could just tell that she's just, it's not like there was a kid in it or anything that you gotta watch, you know, and she just was like, all with just a small little bag, you know.
But she'll basically be up for days and then just crash. For days, you don't hear from her. Greg would have a hard time getting in touch with her too. So.
Greg for fire, I'm assuming.
No, he said, I talked to him a couple weeks ago and I didn't want to involve him, but I said, look, you know, he called me and I think he maybe asked me if I talked to Taylor. I said, I don't really talk to her anymore. I said, but Greg, you'll figure out, I mean, you've been caught long enough too that you'll figure out, you know, that she's got some issues. He's like, well, I kind of did hear she had, you know, a cocaine problem. I said, it may be that, it may be worse. But I said, I just can't associate with that. I don't like fucking around with them kind of people. And, you know, she just seems like a bad manipulator. And I don't know, man, her person, she bothers me. I think she's a dangerous person. I mean, she just, something's fucked up with her. So.
Sure. And the last day that you spent with her, did she seem like she was acting any different than normal?
Not really. She was upset about this court case that she had going on and really thought that her ex-husband was going to try to put her back in jail. He thought he was trying to ruin her career, put her back in jail, because she blames him for her not being a cop anymore.
Why would she blame him?
Because
it was a DV thing, and I guess she didn't hit him, and he said she did, and so she went for a night and stayed in Santa Rosa and went to court, and I guess it.
I think she ended up getting out of it though.
Yeah,
it was dropped.
Yeah, it was dropped, but
was she trying to get back into law enforcement
again?
Yeah,
you guys, and she went a long ways through you guys within the last 6 months.
Well, there's different stories.
Yeah.
And I just found out about this from Cass. In fact, just last week, Taylor told me that she applied with y'all, everything went through, and then she talked to somebody, I guess that's in the hiring process, and they said, yeah, we don't understand why you didn't get put in this class or whatever, this group that they just hired. And I was like, you know, what happened? Do you know? And she's like, no, they said that, you know, they just didn't know. Well, after all this happened, I was talking to Cass, and she's like, well, she failed the polygraph. And I was like, she told me that everything was fine. She didn't understand why she had gotten through, you know, everything or whatever. But I know she tried it, Niceville?
Yeah, she's a habitual liar.
And
She lied on the polygraph. I'm assuming that's the way you fell, right?
Yeah.
I don't know, but see, I don't know if that's true or not, what she told Cass, because
you'll pick up hearing her tell other people things. I mean, she
told me like 2 weeks ago her father had just died. And goes through this whole spiel about how she's going to South Florida for a couple days. He is. I just found that out though. But she goes through this whole...
Have you spoken to him?
Her father? No. I didn't really even know that he existed because there's this... It's hard to keep up with her. Like, I don't know who's like real family, who's not. I think at some point she was in foster care and there's maybe a real mom, but I don't know if she's still alive, and there's a foster mom, and I think that's her real dad that is supposed to be in South Florida. But she tells me that he's passed away. She's going to South Florida because his new wife won't tell her why he died or how he died or any of this. I mean, this is like a half-hour conversation about what's going on with her dad, and that she's just so distraught because she doesn't know what eventually happened to him and all this stuff, and then kind of find out he's not dead. He's alive. He's on Florida.
Did you ever bring that to her attention? Like, hey, what?
I didn't find out he wasn't dead until after
the fact. I got you.
And so, but she told me then that she was going, I guess for a couple of days I didn't talk to her. She told me she went to South Florida. I don't know if she ever went to South Florida.
At some point, I remember her telling me she went down there and he was on his deathbed.
Right.
And she had to do that, but...
I think there's some pictures on Facebook of her and him together.
Right. And then he just never died, and then, or something.
I don't know. But
I don't know, she just runs the same line, I mean, she'll just...
It's hard to tell what is...
And that's kind of why
what is not.
It's so difficult to find a place to start with this, because there's so many people who were possibly in relationships who maybe weren't, or
we've
and
heard.
There's men and women. I don't understand. Yeah, it's difficult to find a starting
multiple things.
It really
going.
is, and it is a nightmare, and it's boggling my head because I don't even know what to, like, things that she's said to me that I believe to be true. Like I said, she said that was a month or so ago. But now, since then, when I've talked to Cash, she said that the husband, Jeff, thought that it had been a problem for
back
years
when they were dating together.
So she used them when she was a police officer up in North Carolina or wherever she's from?
That's what he's saying. And
why did she stop working there?
I think they moved.
Yeah.
So it wasn't like it wasn't on bad terms.
There is one issue with the bad terms, and the lady you'd have to talk to verify it, I think her name is Barb.
She's like the internal affairs lady up there?
No, she's supposedly Taylor's really good friend of like 10 to 15 years. She lives there and has known her for a long time. She's in law enforcement herself. When Taylor, I guess, went out on maternity leave or took some leave for something that occurred, I guess they came to her and asked her for a recommendation when she came back, and that she said she had some sort of questionable issues on not letting her return. So I don't actually know if she went back after that or if she went back and then had to leave when they were transferred down here. Because I think that they did move down here because of his service.
Okay.
What does he do in the Army, Navy? Do you know what branch
Air Force.
You know what he does in the Air Force by chance?
I think he's
an officer.
Yeah.
So it makes good money. She's going to move wherever he goes.
Right.
Yeah. Oh, yeah.
Okay.
I think that she depended on him, is what she said. I mean, he makes good money, and he's, I guess, pretty high up in whatever he does or whatever.
Has he reached out to you, or?
I haven't spoken with him, but I know that Cass has.
Okay. Yeah, we spoke with her. What's your feel on this? What do you?
I think she's probably just off acting like a nut. I mean, at first I was really worried about her, and I got really mad at her about it, but I think she's probably just playing people, because that's like, after hearing all this, all of this is a game to
She's right
her.
up somebody.
And it's hard to figure out who, because like, I didn't
that
know
motherfucker too.
I didn't know who that anybody existed in Biloxi until that day. Like, I had never heard those names before. And she had spoken to me like about people she was dating during that time, and I didn't know anything.
They don't want y'all ping her phone. They don't want y'all ping her phone.
Yeah, we're working on it.
Yeah, there's certain criteria that has to be met.
Yeah, we did it a little easier though. Yeah.
We got policy to follow, and you've been there.
We just didn't quite. Yeah.
I don't know. It's really just a mess. I'm really shocked because a lot of the stuff I've heard, I'm like, you know what is going on? This is not, I don't know this person. But like I said, that lady Barb, she knows about the whatever happened with the law enforcement up there, and has told Cass, and I just know this from Cass, has told Cass that she has struggled with this kind of thing with Taylor before. In fact, she told Taylor when she was just up there and saw them, because her husband had just had a leg amputated or something and went to visit them. She told them that she was moving in with Cass and her husband. Well, this is supposed to be her best friend of like 10 years. I guess she didn't want her to know that she's a lesbian at this point, maybe. I don't know. But Cass is building a house, and Taylor's moving into the house with Cass. The story is that Taylor's moving in, or building a house, and that Cass and her husband are going to live there. And Cass does have a roommate named Chris. He's also gay, but they're not married. And so I kind of like, why would she say that? Because obviously, if this girl, they're good friends, she probably knows what goes on with her or whatever. But then that's the story. I mean, nothing makes sense. She lies when there's no need to even, like, I don't know. I'm lost. But that lady knows a lot about her, I guess. But and Taylor has talked a lot about her. She's, said that they were really good friends, and when this accident happened or whatever, she was ready to go up there and help them out or whatever. But
would you mind showing me around? Just kind of, we can check it off the list and say, well, she's not here.
Yeah, she's always got firearms.
Yeah, that's what I guess. That's what I'm hearing.
And I don't know. She tells me that she's like a black belt and all kinds of medicine, and firearms everywhere, or whatever.
Does your dog bite?
They do not.
Okay, that's a good thing.
Here, see what.
What about the pig? Does the pig bite?
He might, but you could run away from it. No, come on.
Hey, doggy.
Come on.
Hey, doggy.
Hook it down. I'm sorry.
You're good. Hey, big piggy.
No.
That is awesome. Hey, piggy.
He's fantastic.
Hey, piggy. All right. Well, I hope that's the first for me. I don't think I've seen pigs lately.
Well, my daughter is an animal person. Get down, Hub. And he was this small, and he was supposed to stay this small. If you feed him, he doesn't stay that small.
Hey, buddy.
But he's really sweet.
That's cool. Hey there, buddy. That's awesome.
No.
Hey, puppy dog.
No, he's not going to want to fall for you either. No.
Hey, puppy.
No.
Is there, what goes in down here?
I can show you inside. That's our downstairs bedroom.
Okay. Is there access underneath the house?
Right there. And that little door. No.
Ah! Do you mind if I look in there? No, puppy dog.
No, come here. Nola.
Do you mind if we go up in there?
Let me put them in crate so that they come here, guys.
Hey, Piggy! Hey, little Piggy!
You should leave you.
You're good. Where's this farm at exactly?
It's on Highway 90 in Milton, just across from Jones Road.
Okay. What all animals are out there?
There's pigs, horses, donkeys, sheep.
Who feeds them?
My aunt.
So she just comes down every so often and just kind of tends to them?
Yeah.
Okay.
It actually used to be a farm that my dad owned, and then my uncle bought half of it, and then we ended up selling it to him. But they've got like 20 horses out there, and about 20 donkeys. And just,
How many pigs are out there?
3 potbellies, I think, and 1 big giant pig.
Okay. Is there any other farms or land that you're aware of or go to visit, anything like that?
My other aunt has one at the north end of the county, and we don't really go out there a whole lot. But,
When was the last time you were out there?
probably last week he picked up a 4-wheeler out there and sold it.
Okay. Do you know the address to that one?
I don't, but I can get it for you.
Yeah, would you mind getting that? We just have to exhaust all these at this point because I'm not sure if you're aware, but like the media got a hold of it.
Oh, I know.
The thing is that they don't know everything that we know, and our intentions aren't to tell them.
Oh, I know.
So they spin this as, you know, someone who may have been kidnapped. And I'm not saying that that's impossible, right? Because nothing's impossible. But if we were to not follow up on something, and God forbid it turns out that something bad ended up happening, and it's learned years down the road, you can imagine how that would go. So we're not in the business.
You don't know what she's capable of, or who the people she's around are capable of.
Sure.
I mean, that's the only thing with the drug thing that worries me, is because then you don't know what kind of individuals are that you're dealing with.
So, from what I understand, the day that y'all went to go get the money, was it in a safety deposit box or was it here?
I had it in a safe.
In a safe. Here.
Well, I had it in a safe in my house, and then I brought it here.
Okay.
And she had checks and stuff with it. And she was going to try to, I guess, cash some of those checks that day, but she decided not to. She was also going to try to pawn a ring that she had. She decided not to do that. And I think that was in part of the stuff that I took back to Cass's house. She was really just wishy-washy about what she was doing. I don't know if she knew what she wanted to do with the situation in court, or she was trying to hide money from Jeff, I guess. I don't know.
Did it kind of put you in an awkward, uncomfortable spot, her asking to, leave the money with you?
Everything. Like, she would always call, can I leave this here, can I leave this here, or do this, and, I mean, she doesn't leave her door unlocked or whatever, but it was bad for me, because they were not getting along, or he was trying to, keep her distance, and then I'm trying to help her and do what I can, and it was always something with her, constant. But I just thought it was because she was in just such turmoil and dealing with all this. Not that I knew that it was this pattern that she's been going through for years and years.
Yeah. When she loans you the money, but when she lets you borrow the money, hold on to the money, does she ever like attach anything like, hey, if you need to borrow something or use something out of that, you can? Or does she specifically say like, hey, don't you?
She didn't say either. I just left it as it was. She cashed one of her cashier's checks, and she told me she cashed it, and I think she was telling me she was putting money into her credit cards, like padding her credit card account somehow. But then I don't know.
And that's where we're at right now. We really don't know.
But I don't understand why you do that.
I don't understand a lot of the things I've learned that she does. I'm going to be honest with you. So
it's really, and I don't know why she was doing it, because I thought that all of this was kind of settled, that she was done. But
had y'all been arguing or anything like that?
No.
Okay.
I mean, the day before I was with them at dinner at Twin Peaks, and we had just gone to. She had taken me to New Orleans for my birthday back in August, the end of August. Taylor and I didn't argue, but I never knew anything to argue with her about, because everything she always told me seemed okay and made sense. The day before this happened, though, she did say that it's okay. She did put me in a bad spot a couple of times. Like that day that we went to Twin Peaks with Taylor. We're sitting there and Cass says, "Oh, y'all went to, how was it when y'all went to Destin?" And I said, "Oh, okay." Well, and Cass gets up and goes to I knew Taylor had gone to Destin one day. And Cass goes to the bathroom. I'm like, "Taylor, why did you tell her I went with you?" I was working that day. And she's like, "Oh, I forgot. I thought she would just feel better if she knew I was with you." And I'm like, well, first of all, I don't get it. But if you're going to do that, hey, let me know so I don't look like an idiot when I'm sitting there and Cass is like, "Hey, did you go to Destin?" And I'm, what? There's no reason for her to tell her. So I don't know if it was somebody that she was meeting that, if she'd asked me to go to Destin with her, I, could have rearranged my schedule and gone, but here I'm sitting there and Cass is like, "Why?" And I'm like, what am I supposed to do?
Yeah. Do you know if she and Cass were arguing at any point recently?
The only arguments they've had, they had that big deal here. And Cass, agreed to try to help her, and they were going to stay together. Cass seems like a very calm, collected, stable individual. I don't know if they were arguing. I do know that Taylor had gone back to Biloxi, she said, for a case. The only thing I think that Cass got upset with her about is Taylor had contacted one of the parties that was involved in all of that. Cass said, like, let this die or whatever, and I think Taylor made this long text about threatening her job or something if she didn't leave her alone and all this mess. And I think that upset Cass. But to my knowledge, they were still trying to work it out.
Okay. Has she ever said anything to you about what her intentions were with the money? Or where she was taking it?
No.
It may come up later. We may end up seeing if you'd like to come down to the department and give us just like a formal statement.
That's fine. I'll do whatever I can to help. I really feel like she needs help. And she's probably...
And that's something that's come up is, is she suicidal? Is she using narcotics to where she could potentially OD?
Right.
Is she perfectly fine and doesn't want to be bothered? And that's But the thing is with missing
don't think
persons type.
I don't think she's perfectly fine with doesn't want to be bothered. She's either had some sort of mental break and is not thinking, too much drugs, or something. You know what I mean? Like, I mean, I guess she could technically be fine in doing all of this on her own accord, but in any case, it's crazy what she
and
is
it may
doing.
be my or your opinion crazy, but
Right, but maybe not to her.
Yeah,
I mean, she is doing what she wants to do, but it's
a lot of the things that's come across it may be crazy to like a lot of people.
Right. Yeah.
You know? Following and watching her husband at a child exchange.
Yeah.
That some people could consider that crazy.
Right. Yeah, but she fully intended to do that and was like proud of herself. I mean, she's commenting when she's like, "This is the funniest thing ever."
Yeah.
And so I kind of, there's part of me that thinks, okay, she's watching all of this go on and thinking this is hilarious. Because she thought that was hilarious. And I'm thinking, this makes no sense. Just give the kid back.
Yeah.
You know, you're supposed to listen.
Fair amount of that, but.
Crazy?
Yeah. So, if you want to show me around just so I can check it off. Nice deck, by the way.
Thank you.
When'd y'all put this up?
We just had it put up probably back in April, I guess. We had it put up.
The day out in the farm, who all went with y'all?
Just you and I.
Okay. All right. Looks like a garage.
And I can show you downstairs.
Mind if I look in here real quick? Sure.
When she left, she said, "We're gonna go have a beer," and she'd been drinking all day since that morning. It's a turkey. There's actually a funny story about that.
It's a real
Well,
turkey.
he went to Texas to shoot, and he shot 2 birds with 1 bullet. Just happened, got lucky. He just not that lucky. We have 1 stopped in getting that and stuff. But he had to fly them back on the plane. He had to carry them frozen in a duffel bag through customs. He's like, yes, it's dead birds. Yes, it's the, or, through CSI or whatever. I'm sure they're like, these rednecks, God.
I'm sure that was a comfortable flight.
If Navy Federal doesn't quit taking people, we're going to trust
I'm not going anywhere, Chad. I'm staying with you, buddy.
More Navy Federal. They're killing us.
No more dogs, right?
No more dogs. No more dogs. We're in reconstruction now.
That's a big house. From what I understand, y'all let Cass borrow a gun.
Yes.
You don't, and I know this is like an awkward question, but you don't think like she would be capable of shooting anyone, do you? I know that's like awkward.
No, I think she asked me to borrow it, but I think she was just scared because Taylor carries a gun. I mean, Taylor's never been afraid to tell you that she would shoot somebody or any of the above. And like I said, she tells everybody about all the SWAT training she has and all of this and how tough she is or whatever. And I think Cass was just worried because of knowing that Taylor carries weapons all the time.
Did she think that Taylor was going to come back and try to harm her?
I think that's what she was afraid of.
Why?
That I don't know.
I mean, like from what I understand, Taylor would be the one that had done all the wrong, so.
I don't know. I think a lot of it had to do with Taylor's ex-husband and what he was telling Cass, because he's telling Cass to immediately change her locks, to put bells or something on her windows, and because I think he and Taylor had physical altercations.
Sure. So he's like speaking from experience, hey, be careful, she can get crazy. And
I think it really started to worry Cass. Yeah. Because she's like, what do I do? I mean, do I change my locks? Do I bells on windows? She's like, what in the world?
But in your opinion, you don't think that there was any credible threat.
No, I don't see Taylor hurting Cass. I don't see why she would have a reason to.
That's my question. I would see more of a reason for Cass to hurt Taylor just because of the infidelity and stuff.
Done. Right. But
unless there's more that we don't know.
Right. But then again, Taylor is so erratic. You don't know what she thinks. You know what I'm saying? I'm like, you can't predict crazy. So, but I can see where Cass would be frightened.
Yeah.
Just based on what Jeff's telling her, because he's saying that yes, they've got into it and they did have that domestic violence thing, but I don't really know what went on with that. But apparently it was a wash.
Well, yeah, whatever the outcome is, if nothing
came of it. But I think everything Cass was learning about who the real Taylor was scaring her. But everything I've ever seen from Cass, she's just a stable, kind of go steady individual that just, I don't think she's used to all this crazy in her life.
No, I don't think so. I got that kind of vibe from her earlier that she was super uncomfortable in everything that's going on. But
this is that.
This is where I was trying to look.
Yeah.
That's just, I guess, front of your house?
Yes.
Bathroom one day?
That is going to be a shower, and then the bathroom over there.
All right. This is your room?
That's my daughter.
Okay.
We also interested.
Yeah.
The only thing that sticks out in my mind that's happened since she came clean about that stuff was one day I was watching, she asked me to watch her son while he was here.
When was this?
I believe maybe early August.
So maybe a month.
Yeah. And Cass knows about this because I ended up having to drop him off to Cass. She calls me and asks me if I would watch him. But the business that we have, like I go into bars every day because we have pool tables and video games and stuff and G-boxes and like bars and restaurants and things. And I have to go around with my collector and we'll, check on machines and collect money. And she asked me, she said she had a case. Could I watch Drake? Well, when she's on a case, usually she's just sitting in her car or whatever. And I'm like, I can, but, I've got to work.
Yeah.
And
safer sitting in the car than going in the bars.
Well, that's the thing. So I had to get a friend of mine to come ride with me so that Drake could ride around in the car with me all day. And so they're sitting in a car because I'm going in and out of these locations. He can't go into the bars with me.
Sure.
And so they're sitting in a car and she's watching him. And she said, I guess I got him she brought him at like 7 in the morning. She said she was supposed to be done at 2. Well, at 6:45, I took him to Cass. And she kept telling us that she was just around the corner, just around the corner, just around the corner. And then show up for like an hour and a half later. In retrospect, I'm thinking maybe she went to Biloxi and that's why she didn't want Drake with her. But none of it made sense after the fact because I'm thinking like, he's going to be in a car, riding around in a car with me. Why?
Yeah. You're just sitting in a house.
Do
you know what kind of investigation she did?
She mostly insurance, I think.
Recently, is that what she was working on?
She told Cass she was doing some security detail stuff. I think she said she got in New York to do some of that. But for the most part, all I knew her to do was like insurance fraud cases and, people that were, watching them go to doctor's appointments and how they were walking and stuff like that.
Okay. Fair enough.
But I did think that was strange, because why did he even come with me when he could have slept with you, and you would have had to have somebody like extra to watch him?
Yeah.
She did that twice in one week. One time she was on that, just a spare bedroom.
Oh, that goes up in the attic? Okay. This is a monster house. Whose is this? Okay. There's probably nothing in it.
You can look in there. He won't care. He's been going to do like some things.
Yeah, I just noticed she had a similar bag. Yeah, you're good.
It's from when he was flying or whatever.
Yeah. And this is...
This is better than we stand.
Okay.
So it's put back together.
Good Lord. We're ready to go.
Dove season opens up Saturday.
Yeah, he's got all kinds of stuff. Yeah, that's not my thing either. I just can't bring myself to shoot something.
It's just, we're not. If I was going to hunt and eat and whatever, that would be one thing.
Sure.
I'm not interested in it, so it doesn't.
I agree. I'd rather go to the grocery store.
Exactly. Until they stop having chickens and cows at the grocery store, then.
If something's attacking, that's one thing. I'm gonna do what I gotta do, but.
But I've seen people that hunt deer and like covered in ticks.
Yeah, that's right. Y'all have any problems with that spray insulation?
No.
I looked into I've heard like horror stories, I've heard great stories.
I think it depends on who does it. Yes, I've heard horror stories too, like that it held moisture and it caught it
rolling and all kinds of stuff.
But it seems to be pretty wild. It's tidier than
Yeah.
I've heard really bad stuff about that.
Oh, you put him on the split bump?
That's crazy lifestyle.
Yeah.
Kept it at 7.
Yeah, I've heard horror stories about mold and everything. So
It gets the moisture. Now, we had to put a vent from our AC system up there, so it does, there's one vent up there that blows up there to dry.
So it just kind of stays like semi-cool, keep the humidity down?
Yeah. Just a small little vent that, you know, keeps it from getting.
Yeah, well, actually, it wasn't that bad up there.
No, it's not bad.
It was much worse than the house.
Oh, I know.
Did you have to go under?
No, this one actually wasn't bad. I went under it slow. Yeah. So that was pretty good.
You're like, where are the people with houses with slabs?
Yeah. It was, you know, we were looking at getting one built. I prefer an off-grid house because you can get under there and work.
I like that. But, and I tell you though, but after we did, when we build a house, I either want it off-grid like that or in the attic. I want to fucking be able to stand up and walk around everywhere to hook up or do whatever I need to do.
Ours right now, you're like,
right. Not just, we build one off the wall. Not bad. I mean, that's your dog house like that. You can walk around anywhere up there.
In our attic?
Yes.
That's nice.
Yep.
Yeah, I can't do that in mine.
And down there, all your plumbing's like accessible.
Yeah.
Get down there and work. You get a slab and something bust, and you're busting concrete up.
Yeah, it sucks.
That's a huge thing. So, that was good. I told her we made, just because we're starting to be like taking down the Department of Chief School with it, that she wouldn't mind. So,
Were you doing that?
is that convenient for you? You might run down there and knock it out?
Drive your car down
Yes.
there? Kill Jimmy Hoffa for all I care.
Yeah.
No, thank you.
Tell us where he's at, because I want to find that.
Yeah, that's kind of where we're at. I mean, everywhere, well, I'll say everywhere, a large portion of the folks we talk to point at, very likely off the rocker. God knows where, but she's pretty much on her own will. And then you got some folks that are like distant relatives or family that are like, this isn't her, this is so.
I don't think anybody knows.
When we're getting like so many mixed, we got it here on the side of college.
So we were talking about a second ago.
Yeah, I mean, you know, you've been there. I mean, God forbid something turns up and something did happen to her, and we were just like, man.
But I can't worry about that because her aunt and stuff, they're all like, you know, we're such a good girl. Dear God, you don't know this person. I didn't know this person.
When you first meet her, she sounded like with her police experience, like she was on point with shit, you know. I mean, but then I kept listening and listening to her talking to other people and just shit.
Did Cass tell you about a book she has about how to beat a polygraph test and how to make people trust you?
Yes, it didn't work.
Well, it's how to trust you. Ask Cass about that. Ask her about that book because Cass looked at it. It was something she was just reading when Cass went through it, and she said the stuff that Taylor has highlighted in that book is creepy.
The girl,
because she brought that.
She bothers me. I've dealt with a lot of people, but she ain't fucking right. She is. I don't like it. That's why I don't want her fucking over here.
That's not bad for her.
So there's nothing wrong with like.
Knock this out and be done.
Yeah, there's nothing wrong with like, you know, feeling empathetic with people and, you know, showing sympathy, but
he's not.
Every now and then you'll learn, especially doing this line of work, that people oftentimes take advantage of.
Right, and that's why I'm like, man, she asked me to do shit all the time. I'm like, you need to stop, you need to chill out with her because she's just a manipulator. And, no, I'm done.
You end up getting, after you deal with that, that's the
I'm done. I don't like ladies. I don't like Johnny. I'm done. I don't associate with that.
Yeah.
You come to my fucking house.
And it ends up causing folks a lot of problems. You know, and at least it looks like on this, at least she didn't really screw you guys over. She wasn't in here like stealing shit left and right. And then, because you know, that's what ends up happening.
And that's when I started worrying because I was like, when we leave, lock the fucking door, you know? What?
That's what you
You sure that doesn't have to leave your house?
No, I'm not sure. But
I mean, I'm sitting there. I lock it at night when I go to sleep just so I can hear it get kicked open, you know. And then, God forbid, you've seen all the guns in there, they're gonna die.
Yeah. Get low.
But she told her she had a key.
She's nuts, man. She's fucking nuts.
Well, if you know that, then it may be, and you think that, then it may be worth changing the locks just in case.
Well, we leave it open.
Well,
I mean, that's the
not
thing.
at
Like,
night.
no, not at night, but
Yeah. What do you lose by changing them?
no,
$100 or a couple $100
I
bucks.
just don't see where she would get it because, like, we don't. Like he says, he doesn't even know where his key is because we don't.
Hell, she might have it. She might have your key, man.
This fucking lies. Alright, go down, because it's about dinner time.
Puppy?
Hurry up.
she says she wants dinner right when she gets back.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Here's
I appreciate it.
Y'all be safe.
Hope you hurry up and recover from.
Yeah, y'all be safe.
Oh, that was good, man.
Yeah, you too.
We'll see you.
Be safe.
You know where the police department is at? Actually, you go on this following us. I got to turn around because I get lost when I go that way.
Yeah.
And we'll pull into the front parking lot this time. We didn't do that last time.
Yeah.
Still hot.
On September 14, 2017, Cassandra Waller went to the Pensacola Police Department and reported that her domestic partner, Taylor Wright, was missing. Ms. Waller explained to Officer Allen that she last saw Wright on September 8, 2017, or about 6 days before, at around 10 in the morning. Waller said that a mutual friend of theirs, Ashley McArthur, told her that she last saw Wright on the same September 8 date at around 5:15 p.m. at McArthur's residence. Investigator Gigliotti made contact with Miss Waller at her and Wright's residence. Waller gave Investigator Gigliotti permission to search the residence. Investigator Gigliotti located several personal items belonging to Taylor Wright, including passports, family heirlooms, personal laptops, and other items, and a check made out to Wright for $19,000. Investigator Gigliotti requested that Waller follow him down to the Pensacola Police Department headquarters. During the interview, Waller agreed to allow the investigator to download the contents of her cell phone, and a search of the cell phone revealed a conversation between Miss Waller and the missing person, Taylor Wright. McArthur immediately called Waller and told her, okay, so there was a conversation by text between Waller and okay, let me back up here. So when Waller could not get Wright to respond to her text messages, Waller reached out to McArthur. The following is a short text conversation between Waller and McArthur. Waller asks, "Are you guys okay? Taylor hasn't replied to me in hours." McArthur responds, "Yes, ma'am." And Waller says, "Can you ask her to call me?" McArthur then immediately called Waller and told her that Wright was currently on a horse and she would have her contact her when Taylor Wright was done horse riding. It should be noted that Wright never called Waller per Waller's request. Investigator Gigliotti made contact with Wright's ex-husband, Jeff Wright. Jeff stated that he has not heard from Taylor. Jeff said that he and Taylor are divorced but are still going through court proceedings over money and child custody. Jeff explained to Investigator Gigliotti that Taylor took approximately $100,000 from their joint account. Jeff told Investigator Gigliotti that a judge in Okaloosa County ruled that Taylor needed to return the money from the account and that she would, so it could be equally divided. But he also stated that Taylor was going to have to pay him child support. Jeff told Investigator Gigliotti that Taylor attempted to have a court hearing involving the two of them rescheduled. Investigator Gigliotti asked Jeff where he thought Taylor might be, and Jeff stated that he thought that Taylor was hiding the money and does not want to come to court. Jeff stated to Investigator Gigliotti that their child in common has not heard from Taylor as well. Jeff explained to Investigator Gigliotti that it was unusual for Taylor that Taylor had not contacted their child, even if she was trying to hide. Investigator Gigliotti spoke to McArthur in reference to the incident. McArthur explained that she was with Taylor Wright on September 8, 2017, until about 5:15 p.m. She explained that to the investigator that she picked Taylor Wright up in her vehicle at Wright's residence at around 10 a.m. on that date. McArthur stated to Investigator Gigliotti that they drove over to McArthur's residence, and while they were at her residence, Wright collected approximately $20,000 and several cashier's checks that McArthur had kept for Wright at her residence. McArthur explained that Wright put the money and cashier's checks into a duffel bag or backpack, and the two left the residence. Investigator Gigliotti asked McArthur why she had Wright's money and cashier checks at her residence. McArthur told Investigator Gigliotti that Wright asked if she could keep it at her residence. McArthur told Investigator Gigliotti that she and Wright traveled out to Beulah, Florida area so Wright could check on an address that she was performing an investigation on. It should be noted that Wright works as a private investigator. McArthur stated while they were in Beulah, the two of them stopped at Tom Thumb, located at 9 Mile Road and Beulah Road. McArthur stated she went into the store and purchased something to drink and a beer for Wright. Video surveillance was obtained from the purchase, and it shows the purchase was made at 11:53 a.m. Furthermore, the video shows McArthur driving her truck at the time of the purchase. McArthur stated the two of them then went toward her family's farm in Milton, Florida, so Wright could see the animals. McArthur stated to Investigator Gigliotti that they went to her aunt's farm in Milton, Florida, and stayed there for approximately 1 hour. McArthur told Investigator Gigliotti they left her aunt's farm and returned to McArthur's residence. McArthur told Investigator Gigliotti the two of them sat in McArthur's vehicle, and eventually Wright told McArthur that she was living with a friend or calling an Uber. McArthur told Investigator Gigliotti she walked inside her residence for a short time, and when McArthur came out, Wright was already gone. McArthur stated that she located several pieces of Wright's jewelry in her vehicle. McArthur told Investigator Gigliotti that she received a text message from Wright at around 23:54, that's 11:54 p.m., on September 8th, stating that she, Wright, was okay and that she needed to get away for a while. Investigator Gigliotti asked McArthur if he could take her cell phone and have it forensically examined, which McArthur allowed. Investigator Gigliotti then spoke to Waller again after talking to McArthur, and she stated that Wright had told her that she, Wright, Taylor Wright, had put approximately $20,000 in a safety deposit box. Waller explained to Investigator Gigliotti that Wright told her that McArthur had a friend at the Wells Fargo that would let her keep the money, the above mentioned $20,000, in an unused safety deposit box at the bank. During a review of McArthur's cellular telephone content, Detective Jeff Brown located text messages between McArthur's cell phone and Wright's cell phone. Detective Brown located a text message conversation on September 7, 2017, where Wright was asking McArthur to bring a key to the bank box. Later, in the text conversation, Wright stated that they needed to go by WF, which could stand for Wells Fargo, where Waller said Wright told her that she had her money at. During the text conversation between McArthur and Wright on September 7, 2017, Wright stressed that they needed to go by the bank so she could deposit money into an account, so that she does not go to jail. In the text conversation, it appears that Wright was concerned that she was not going to make it to the bank before they closed. In the text conversation, Wright repeatedly asked McArthur where she was at, and McArthur always responded that she was on her way, or would then say that she needed to stop somewhere before she picked Wright up. In the text conversation, it seemed that this delay worried Wright because she would not make it to the bank before they closed. It is unknown if Wright made it to the bank. Detective Brown located another text conversation between McArthur and Wright on September 8, 2017, the day Wright was last seen alive. In that text conversation, Wright was text messaging McArthur at around 9 a.m., asking if McArthur's husband had left yet, so McArthur could come get her. Open parenthesis. During the course of the investigation, it was discovered that McArthur's husband does not like Taylor Wright. Close parenthesis. The text conversation indicated that McArthur met up with Taylor Wright. The next text conversation between McArthur and Wright was at around 29 hours or 9 p.m. on September 8, 2017, when McArthur texted Wright and asked if she made it home okay, which she asked 3 separate times. Detective Brown saw that McArthur got a response from Wright's cell phone at 11:54, and the text stated that she was okay, needed to get away for a few days, and that she wasn't doing anything bad. The detective then gives his conclusions as follows. With missing persons and homicide, okay. Throughout this investigation, McArthur has not been forthcoming with information about this investigation. McArthur never explained to Investigator Gigliotti why she allowed Wright to keep a large amount of money and cashier checks at her residence. McArthur never told Investigator Gigliotti about a safety deposit box, yet text messages between McArthur and Wright mention a box key and a WF, which is presumed to be Wells Fargo. McArthur stated to Investigator Gigliotti that she and Wright arrived back at McArthur's residence and the two of them sat in McArthur's vehicle. Then eventually Wright told McArthur that she was living with a friend or calling an Uber. Then she walked inside her residence for a short period of time, and when she came out, Wright was gone. That doesn't make any sense. A reasonable person would assume if you were driving a person around all day, that you would return them to their residence and not go to another residence to just sit in a car. Investigator Gigliotti checked with Uber, and they did not have any pickups at McArthur's residence on September 8, 2017. The text that Wright sent to McArthur with regards to going away for a few days was only sent to McArthur and not Waller, Wright's domestic partner. Your affiant learned that McArthur, the affiant means the detective, learned that McArthur was the only person that received a text message from Taylor Wright about going away for a few days. The investigator knows from training and experience that individuals that decide to leave for extended periods of time often take personal mementos with them, such as jewelry, personal vehicles, or heirlooms. All were left behind by Wright. The investigator knows from training and experience that individuals that leave for an extended period of time take personal hygiene items with them. Wright took none. A subpoena was served on McArthur's bank records The information showed there was a joint account of Wells Fargo that involved Ashley McArthur, Zachary McArthur, and Taylor Wright. A review of the joint account showed that on July 3, the account was negative $43.33 and stayed in the negative until August 10, 2017, until two small deposits of $26.89 and $160 were made on August 10. The account went back into the negative on August 14 and continued in the negative until August 15, when two more small deposits were made. Then on August 16, 2017, a cashier's check made out to Taylor Wright in the amount of $34,000 was deposited into the account. On August 17, the $34,000 began to be transferred to multiple different accounts that were linked only to Ashley McArthur, Zachary McArthur, and Ashley's family members. These accounts are labeled as McArthur Checking, which is Ashley and Zachary's personal account, and business account, which belongs to Ashley, Zachary, Rhonda Britt, and John Britt. Rhonda and John Britt are Ashley McArthur's parents. Then there's a screenshot in this affidavit of all the transfers being made to all those different accounts. Detective Brown looked at Wright's signature on two separate checks that Wright deposited into her account. Detective Brown then looked at the signature on the $34,000 check, which was made out to Wright and then deposited into the joint account on August 16. Upon looking at the signatures on the checks, it appears that the signatures on the two checks that Wright signed doesn't match the signature of the $34,000 cashier's check that was deposited into the joint account. As of August 17, 2017, the account with $34,000 was deposited, where the $34,000 was deposited, dwindled down to show a balance of only $627. During the investigation, cell phone records for McArthur were obtained. Upon receiving the court order documents from Verizon, the investigators discovered that Ashley McArthur's cell phone was using cell towers in the Bula area beginning on September 8, 2017, from 11:52 a.m. to 1:44 p.m. The phone then traveled outside this area for about an hour and a half, and then it returned there between 2:40 p.m. and 3:33 p.m. It should be known that Ashley McArthur's maiden name is Ashley Britt. Detective Arson searched the Escambia County Property Appraiser's website for all properties owned by the last name Britt. The search revealed property owned by Carl and Kara Britt at the 2201 Britt Road residence. Detectives searched all the incoming and outgoing calls made from Ashley's cellular phone and identified the number she talked to multiple times. That number is linked to Kyle Britt. Kyle Britt is the son of Carl and Kara Britt, who are the property owners of the 2201 property. Using Google Earth program, they plotted the address. They were able to open the cell tower hit locations again and identified 8 phone calls on September 8, 2017, from 12:10 p.m. to about 1:37 p.m. that showed McArthur's cellular phone was using cell towers to cover that address. The investigator continued looking at the cell phone towers from McArthur's records at approximately 1:44 p.m. on September 8. McArthur's cell phone telephone began communicating with various other towers in Escambia County that led the investigators to believe that McArthur was traveling in a vehicle. At about 2:45 p.m. and continuing until 3:32 p.m., the cell phone again begins communicating with cell towers that cover the Britt Road property. The investigator knows that individuals will keep and maintain their cell phone with them throughout the day or night. So based off of an interview with Ashley McArthur, that she uses her cell phone for not only personal use, but she will also have her business calls forwarded to her personal cell phone when she's not in the office. The investigator performed diligent search using the data share program, searching any police report showing that Ashley McArthur had reported her cell phone as lost and or stolen during the time frame of this tower hits and was met with negative results. This information leads the detective to believe that Ashley McArthur was indeed the one using her cell phone during that time period. The cell towers showed McArthur. They also checked the cell towers that McArthur used on September 9, 2017, and that revealed her communicating with cell towers that cover the same Britt Road location on two different occasions. The first time at around 7:25 a.m. until 9:09 a.m. The second time between 1:45 p.m. and 1:59 p.m. On October 3, 2017, the detective drove to Britt Road, the farm is surrounded by woods, and there's a large pond on the property. On October 10, the detective received the cell tower hits in reference to Taylor Wright's cell phone. Upon reviewing the records, detective learned that on September 8, 2017, Wright's phone communicated with cell towers on 4 different occasions. The occasions are as follows, and list several times, and all 4 of the calls were communicating with the same tower, and the tower covers the Taylor Wright address. Furthermore, records indicated that Wright's cell phone was communicating with cell towers on September 9, 2017. This is the day after she was last seen alive. Wright's cell phone communicated with cell towers on 5 different occasions. Those occasions are as follows, list several times. The tower hit at 5:53 p.m., for example, shows Wright's phone in the Robertsdale, Alabama area. Another one at 7:11 p.m. shows her phone in the area of I-10 and 9 Mile Road. The other 3 cell tower hits show Wright's phone communicating with a cell tower that covers Ashley McArthur's residence. The investigator then began comparing the cell tower hits for both Ashley McArthur's cell phone and Wright's cell phone. During this process, it was discovered that on September 9, 2017, McArthur and Wright's cell phones were communicating with the same towers at various times. The 2 phones were communicating with the same tower in Robertsdale, Alabama as well. The above information in reference to the cell tower hits shows that McArthur is lying about going to Milton, Florida after purchasing something to drink at the Tom's Thumb at 9 Mile Road and Belua Road. Additionally, the detective was able to locate the cellular tower hit from where McArthur called Waller on September 8, 2017 at 3:53 p.m. The data showed McArthur's cellular cell phone was using a cell tower in the area of 9 Mile Road and Highway 29 and was using the southeast section of the tower. This tower doesn't cover the family farm on Britt Road and led the investigators to believe that McArthur was traveling in a vehicle at that time. The investigator finds it hard to believe that McArthur and Wright have been friends for approximately 1 year, and the review of McArthur's cell phone records showed that McArthur had not made and or attempted to make any type of contact with Wright since September 8, 2017 to check on her welfare since she has been missing. This information leads the investigators to believe that McArthur is aware of the current whereabouts of Taylor Wright and whether she's dead or alive. The investigator believed that contained in and or the proper structures located in Britt Road, there will be evidence linking Ashley McArthur to the disappearance of Taylor Wright. Based on training and experience, the detective believes that when individuals kill someone, they will sometimes attempt to conceal the remains of the individual in an attempt to hide what they have done. Based on the above facts, a reasonable person would believe that Ashley McArthur has used the money that Taylor Wright has asked her to hold on to. Furthermore, based on conversations between McArthur and Wright and Waller, it appears that Wright had no intentions of leaving town or disappearing, and it is believed that she is now deceased. At the time this particular affidavit was typed, Wright had been missing for about 42 days, and so they were requesting for permission to search that property where eventually all the remains and stuff were found.